white, Ronnie O'Sullivan, Mark Williams.
Unbelievable. Absolutely sensational. Judgment, you are the Victorian Plumbing United Kingdom champion.
Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to the Robin Park Leisure Centre in Lancashire. Dave Gilbert, one of 32 players trying to get himself in the mix for the big draw tomorrow afternoon. Stephen Maguire is a Victorian Plumbing UK champion. That was back in 2004. We have had an incredible 4 days of qualifying so far, Ken Doherty. Yeah. 2 maximum breaks, 18 final frame deciders, but it all comes down to this, Judgment Day Part 1 in Wigan. Massive matches, huge prize on the line, and I think it now means more to get to the Barbican because it's only the top 32.
Yeah, absolutely. It's since they restructured the whole system, it's much better. 2 tables. You're going to play a top 16. You've already bagged your points and your prize money going there. So this is like a massive match. It's a bit like the Judgment Day, of course, for the World Championship as well. So big game for a lot of these players. They've had some wonderful snooker already. Huge standard. And a lot of surprise along the way, but some great matches to look forward to.
Well, speaking of standard, I mean, if you look at the season as a whole, isn't it absolutely remarkable that with the 2 maximums here, we've now had a world record number of maximums for an entire season, and we haven't even got to the Barbican, and we haven't even got to December yet. Unreal.
Know. Absolutely. Well, it just shows you the strength in depth. And it's incredible, to see these young lads. And some of the 2 maximums here this week. I mean, the last red from Liam Pullen, the double, and then, of course, the last black from Chang Bing Yu as well, to cut it in with the rest. Like 2 great shots, under pressure. So, the standard is amazing, and it's rising all the time.
Right, we've had ranking event winners from this season bowing out. We've had world champions bowing out, former UK champions bowing out. But what a lineup. We have got 4 brilliant matches for you this afternoon to whet your appetite. You can see it behind us. We'll go full frame in just a minute. Dan Wells and Dave Gilbert on table 1. What a match. And KD, they both came through 6-5 thrillers just to make it to Judgment Day Part 1.
Yeah, Dave Gilbert, proven quality performer over the years, of course. Got to the semi-finals of the World Championship. But Daniel Wells, he's been playing so consistently well this season. Semi-final out in China as well. So he's playing with a lot of confidence. That was going to be a cracking match. Really looking forward to that.
What about Stephen Maguire? I think there are signs that Mags is coming back to his very best form. Brilliant run to the final at the Welsh. I know he didn't win against Mark Selby, but came back to 6 apiece, won the Championship League at the start of this season. Ian Burns has got his work cut out because Maguire loves York and he loves the UK Championship.
Yeah, and I think he's playing with a bit of confidence as well. I know John Higgins at the beginning of the season said that watch out for Stephen Maguire this season because he's putting a lot of work in during the summer, getting back on the practice table, and it's paying off. He won that Championship League, got to the semi-finals out in China again, lost to John Higgins. But, his form is there, his confidence is there. And he's gonna be a tough man to beat. And of course, he has the experience as well, hasn't he?
Oh, in bags. I mean, I think he's at least made 12 quarterfinals. Right. What about Michael Holt? Last year, an incredible run to his second quarterfinal, 25 years after his first. And what a week he's had. He was 3-1 and 5-3 down to Rhiannon Evans. And here he is, 1 match away from getting back to the Barbican again. Yeah,
he's the right character, isn't he? I commentated on his matches last year at the Barbican. He was doing really well, playing really solidly, and it's great to see him back on the tour. He's the right character. But once again, Wan Xijian, one of those sort of Chinese players from Sheffield, from the Ding Junhui Academy, but who's steadily climbing the rankings, getting a lot of wins under his belt. And he's going to be a difficult opponent as well today.
And our last match for the afternoon, last but by no means least, Mitchell Mann. This would be one of the biggest wins of his career to get to the last 32. He's up against Liu Heo Shan. It's a great chance for him.
It is, and he's such a wonderful guy, isn't he? He's had his problems off the table, that was well documented. It's great to see him back and playing well, he looks great. And, it's just, he's a lovely lad. It's great to see him doing well. Liu Hao Chan, of course, beat Matthew Stevens in that last frame thriller. A very, very solid performer as well. That's going to be a close match, I think.
Well, and not only did he win it, he came from 5-1 down, I think. That takes some bottle to do that.
It does, yeah, absolutely. A brilliant win for him.
Right, we've got the quad split. You will not miss a single ball, a single frame, a single match, and we will be inviting all 4 winners in here. We have translators available. We want to hear from everybody, regardless whether English is their first language or not. Ken will be hot-footing it in and out of the commentary box and giving us some great analysis. So, over to the 2 men ready to safely guide this steady ship through absolutely brilliant drama this afternoon. I tell you what, he's commentated on more snooker than I've had hot dinners. A very good afternoon to the one and only Dave Hendon, who I believe is alongside Steven Hallworth. Hendo, we absolutely love Judgment Day, don't we?
We do, and by the way, Rob's had a lot of hot dinners. But anyway, yeah, it's been a terrific week already, as the guys have been saying. A lot of drama, but now the real drama starts, doesn't it? Because a place at the Barbican is within touching distance. We're just going to go through each table. Our first 2 combatants, Dave Gilbert and Daniel Wells. Daniel Wells already in, and of course he beat Robert Milkins in a real thriller, 6-5 in the last round. Stephen, sadly, isn't a part of Judgment Day, but Stephen, you've been here all week, and there's a real, as he misses that one, there's a real sense of tension in the air today.
Yeah, it's bubbling up nicely, isn't it? And the next 2 days, you know, we're going to get our qualifiers, and that's what this week has all been about, getting your place at the Barbican to meet the top 16 players. The guys in the studio mentioned both of these players, Gilbert and Daniel Wells, came through 6-5 thrillers to book their place here, but this is a real tussle, isn't it? And there's so much on the line, not just the ranking points, but as I say, being in York just before Christmas at the UK Championship, the first Triple Crown event of the season. That's what it's all about.
OK, well, let's just take you to table 2. Stephen Maguire, who's a real form horse in the UK Championship. He's won it. He's been in a couple of finals, a bunch of semis and quarters. Ian Burns is his opponent. 20. He's won 3 matches already, beat Luca Brissell. He's, well, he's in front here, but looks like he's going to be end of break. Of course, he's from Preston, where the UK Championship used to be, but regardless of where it is, he wants to be in the final stages. And, of course, Maguire won that extraordinary match with Chan Bing Yu with the maximum and all the rest of it.
Yeah, and Maguire got his hands on some silverware this season already, hasn't he? You know, the Championship League was the first event we had. He won it, but he's got a very tough match today against Ian Burns, a player that, you know, maybe hasn't done himself justice, really, in his career so far. 2 great wins this week, Fang Zhengyi and Luca Brissell under Ian Burns' belt. So this, I feel, could go right down to the wire. It's a great match to watch, this one.
Table 3 is Yuan Sijun and Michael Holt. And Michael Holt just missed a black, actually. That's why it's over the pocket there, because he was 5-3 down to Rhian Evans. Holt 1-6-5, beat Jackson Page. In the next round, Yuan Sijun beat Ishpreet Singh Chadha 6-4. I guess he's favourite, but what does that mean, really? I mean, a lot of the favourites have gone out, haven't they?
Yeah, and look back to last year, Michael made the quarterfinals and played some brilliant stuff. But this year is a little bit of a different dynamic for Holty. You know, he's on the 2nd year of that tour card and he's on the 64 cut-off point. So getting to the Barbican obviously will be a goal of his, but the ranking points to keep increasing that, massively important. I feel Holty's got a very tough game against Yuan Sijun today, but it's his temperament that's going to be key. If he can hold himself together and keep his emotions in check, he's got a very good chance today.
OK, and we'll just watch him, see if he can pot. Well, he will pot this black, I'm sure, but let's just check it goes in. Before we go to table 4, in it goes. OK, so table 4 finally, just to set it all up for you. Lu Haitian and Mitchell Mann. Now, Mitchell Mann knocked out Chris Wakelin, who, of course, number 17 in the world, the highest-ranked player here. So that was an upset, and he's hoping, of course, to now book his place in the final stages. Lu Haitian was 5-1 down to Matthew Stevens in the last round and won 6-5. So I guess he's in that position where he's almost feeling, well, I probably should have been out.
Yeah, it might feel like a free hit, this, for Lu Haitian now. There's not many times where you would overturn a 5-1 deficit in a race to 6. So this could be a free hit for him. But Mitchell Mann, he made the quarterfinals at the British Open, didn't he, not long ago, playing some good stuff. A player that has had his struggles in the past, but a fantastic player when he's playing well. This is, again, another game where I feel it's very difficult to actually pick a winner here, but so much on the line for both.
OK, well, let's set it up for you. Let's just go back to table 1, because Daniel Wells is back in and has got a nice chance here to just settle down. Still best of 11, by the way. Worth saying as well, of course, the winners won't know until tomorrow who they're going to play. because the draw is 3 o'clock tomorrow. I'll have it live for you in our studio. But Daniel Wells just looking to, as I say, settle himself down here after that nerve shredder against the Milkman the other night.
Yeah, and of course, one thing to consider is every match now is pretty much a clean slate. All the players have played at least one match. They've all got ranking points on the board. The prize money's in the bag. So there really is a lot to look forward to with these games over the next 2 days. Hopefully the standard continues to rise. It's been fantastic all week. 2 maximum breaks, as we've mentioned. But of course, when that pressure is there is tension in the arena. Loads of good matches to look forward to.
Well, Daniel Wells is having a good time of it, isn't he? He got to the semi-finals of the Xi'an Grand Prix for the 2nd year running, actually. If every tournament was played in Xi'an, he'd be in the top 16, probably, Daniel. But, yeah, he's just looking for that next kind of step up, isn't he? Try and get to a final. I know that he believes he can do it. First things first, though, get into the final stages draw.
41.
It really has been a very interesting few days here because so many expected names have already fallen by the wayside. So, as I say, we've got players obviously with the bookmakers' favourites in these matches, but it doesn't really mean anything. It's all going to be on the day. The standard, as we've seen, right down the ranks is so high now. It's actually the best he's ever done in the UK Championship. He'd been in the last 64 5 times, but of course this is the last 48 round.
Yeah, and of course it's an event that we've all grown up watching on telly. Most players, their first interest in snooker would have come from watching the big Triple Crown events on the TV. And of course, now how it's structured, this tiered draw where you come through your respective rounds and the standard gradually increases, you just really want to be, you're desperate to be a part of the main event. And of course, it starts on Saturday, so just a few days' time, could be heading to York. You don't want to be losing this final match, that's for sure, going home and having to watch it on telly. That's why there's so much on the line this over the next 2 days.
Yeah, I mean, the chance to get robbed, to, you know, call you out in the Barbican, it's going to be packed, it's going to be a great atmosphere. It's what you play for, isn't it? Anyway, can't afford to be thinking too much about that. Daniel Wells going nicely, still needs this red. 60 in front, 67 on. So this is effectively, for what is a really good start.
60.
Just a nerve settler, getting that first frame on the board, getting involved in the match. And that's what he seems to have done. So, yeah, snooker's required. We'll want to keep across as much of the action as possible. Mitchell Mann, who, as I say, knocked out Chris Wakelin. And he's looking to advance to the last 32 for the 2nd time. The first was actually back in 2016. But, of course, the format's changed over the years. It was a flat draw then. It wasn't quite the same. It wasn't that 32 were held over to the venue. Everyone was at the venue.
Yeah, I think it's a better system now. I remember my debut in the event back in 2014, I think it was. As a low-ranked player, you would play the top of the rankings, and it would kind of work down. So I played Mark Williams on debut in the Barbican, and obviously it was a big occasion, but he was up against it right from the off, and you didn't really feel like you was a part of the event. And then, of course, they used to have tables out the back at the Barbican as well, and it was never a nice sort of feeling going to play in the Barbican and not being in the main arena. So I do much prefer how it's structured now. At least if you come through this judgment day, you're definitely going to be centre stage. That's where you want to be.
Mitchell Mann from Birmingham, ranked 82nd in the world. Did reach the quarterfinals this season of the British Open. So he's got some good results under his belt.
Yeah, it's quite big early visit, this to the table for Mitchell, who's behind in this frame. Doesn't have to play the cannon here to the Reds, but he may just choose to take the pace out of the cue ball. That's worked out fine. He'll be hoping that the two Reds closest together near the cue ball, that one of them at least will pop to the right corner pocket just to keep this break alive.
Notice something on the red. Andrew Barkham, the referee. Well, shout out for the refs. They've had some long days and some long nights here. Because, of course, we started on Saturday, 3 sessions. And, of course, some matches have been taken off, have to come back on in the wee small hours. But they've done a fine job. Mitchell Mann's one of those players, he's not rushed, you know, he takes his time, but it's about making sure everyone plays at a different tempo. He always enjoys the shootout, doesn't he, Mitchell? That's coming up in a few weeks' time.
Yeah, Blackpool heading to the Blackpool Tower, that would be great. I've never played there myself. I remember it was there a few years ago, back when only the top 64 players were involved in the shootout. So, yeah, I'm sure he'll come into his element in Blackpool. This couldn't be any further away from the shootout. This environment, it's an absolute pressure cooker out there.
Should we go to table 3, please? Table 3. Well, he's going well, but we want to just make sure we're catching as much action as we can, so we'll come back to that. But Yuansi Jun on table 3, he's also in a frame winning position, 21 in front, 26 with this blue, so the two Reds should be sufficient for the first frame. There are 5 Chinese players seeded through in the final stages. There's 9 in this final qualifying round, and none of them are playing each other. So there's a potential for 14 Chinese players of the 32 in the final stages.
Yeah, that was a nice pot on that penultimate red. Little glance at the scoreboard. He knows he's already done the maths. That would have felt like frame ball, really, for Yuansi Jun. That was a good strike.
What's this red?
25.
Yeah, frame ball for Yuansi Jun. And again, as with Daniel Wells and Mitchell Mann currently, just trying to settle in, get that first frame one, settle the early nerves, and in it goes. So let's go back to Mitchell Mann. We were with him a moment ago, and he's just poised to win this frame. 20 in front on the last red. So just needs to pot, well, I guess 3 more balls realistically here.
Yeah, should be no problems here. Just needs to float this red in. He's guaranteed on pink or blue. Could have played that slightly better. That cue ball has just drifted on. Again, he'll just be taking his medicine here, float the blue in and leave what will be the frame ball yellow. Bit of a cueing shot. Of course, that brown being welded to that port cushion is doing Mitchell favours here. Just needs to steady himself.
Yeah, that brown's where the golden ball was a week ago, isn't it, in Saudi Arabia? Not worth quite as much. Yellow goes in, so it's looking very much like, well, it will be, I'm sure, 1-0 to Mitchell Mann. So we've got Daniel Wells, Yuansi Jun and Mitchell Mann barring snookers all 1-0 up, but they're still in the first frame on table 2. Ian Burns 18 in front. Now, Stephen Maguire, here's a stat for you, Stephen. OK, there's 3 players who've made more than 100 centuries in the UK Championship. Ronnie O'Sullivan, Stephen Hendry and Stephen Maguire. So this is a tournament he's done well in over the years and scored well in.
Yeah, his record in the UK Championship is fantastic, isn't it? And it's, you see Stephen Maguire's name in the draw on Judgment Days, and you kind of almost come to expect him to come through it, but I don't think that's the case today. Ian Burns is playing very, very good snooker himself. It's going to be a tough match. Now, just a few moments ago, before we joined this table, Stephen Maguire was nicely in amongst the balls and miscued a black off the spot, and I think he's just tending to the tip of his cue at the minute. I just wonder if he's done any damage to it. It was quite a bad miscue from right behind it, just screwing the cue ball on and off the side cushion. Hopefully there is no damage and the tip is okay. I actually was in the crowd in that final that he played against Ding Junhui in the UK Championship a few years back, and it was a brilliant match to watch live. Just came up short against Ding.
Yeah, there was an absolute barrage of centuries, weren't there, at the end of that match? And, of course, Ding's another player who loves the UK Championship. He's seeded through, of course. So this frame still needs a bit of sorting out. Ian Burns, as I mentioned, has already won 3 matches. He's beaten amongst others Fang Zhengyi and also, of course, Luca Brissell. Got to the last 32, which is the round he's attempting to get to in 2019. One of those kind of underrated players, I think, Ian. You know, I mean, obviously, you know, he's not got multiple trophies on his cabinet, but, you know, he's a very dedicated player. Keeps himself fit, doesn't he, as well? So he's got a lot of stamina.
Yeah, and I've spoken to a few players, and word on the street is that he's an absolute animal on the practice table. He just doesn't miss on the practice table, apparently. I've never played him myself, probably for that reason. I can't wait to go and pick balls out for him all day. But yeah, he's a lot better player, I feel, than he's ever done himself justice for. And of course, as with anyone really now on the tour, just hoping for that one deep run in an event that could actually really sort of spark a career.
That chap in the crowd there, he was clean shaven when these qualifiers began. Anyway, it's good to see. There's a nice few in actually here. And of course, you can come tomorrow. Tickets are £12 if you remember a WST play. You're getting free. And do, of course, let us know where you're watching around the world and any predictions for today. I mean, we made a few. I made a few with some of the other journalists about who was going to qualify. I mean, it's been an absolute car crash, actually. Pretty much all of them are out already. Well, this is a rather scrappy frame, so let's see what looks like a good scoring chance, Stephen, for the angry farmer.
Yeah, and he'll be hoping that he doesn't show any anger today. He wants to, again, a player similar to Michael Holt, I suppose, keep his emotions in check. David Gilbert is an unbelievably good snooker player when he's firing on all cylinders. And again, another player that perhaps we haven't seen the best of. Maybe he should have more on his CV, in my opinion. But a big-time player, there's no doubt about it. Came through a 6-5 thriller against Julian Boyko in his previous round match. Tough game against Daniel Wells today.
Yeah, and this is already a bit of a tester, this blue, early in the match, with the reds everywhere if he misses. But in it goes. Lovely cueist, isn't he, Gilbert? Very elegant player. Maybe has just lacked a little self-belief over the years. And that nickname, the Angry Farmer, he gave himself that. So that's not anyone else saying it about him, that's him saying it about himself.
Yeah, you're right what you say about how he cues the ball. You look at his technique and it really is something that a lot of players will be envious of. He's got this long sweep in motion with the cue, so smooth. Gets right through the cue ball as well. Gets so much feel. of course, the hours and hours you spend over the years on the practice table is to try and create some sort of cue action that will stand you up under pressure in these big moments. And, of course, that's what Dave has got. This really is a glorious chance now to level things up in this game. The Reds are absolutely placed perfectly for him.
Yeah, and if you're just joining us, Daniel Wells in this match made 75 first frame.
Well, if he's not on the red to left corner here, that's a pretty poor positional shot that Dave has just played. It may mean he has to take the red to right corner closest to the corner pocket, which, as you can see, will leave him low on the black, which is not ideal. So from being perfectly placed, he's just asked himself a question now, put himself under a little bit of pressure. It's amazing, just half a roll of the ball, how the break can just unravel.
27.
Just to say, Ian Burns did get back in, so he's going to win that opening frame with Stephen Maguire. Lou Haichan's been playing for snookers, 2 on the blue, but has not got them yet. So Mitchell Mann looks certain to be 1-0 up there.
Here we go, what, 27.
First bang of the table of the day.
And it all came from this basic shot, a black on the spot, right behind it, hand on table. If that cue ball pulls up a ball south of where it finished, he's absolutely perfect for the red to left corner. And as I say, he just asked himself the question, and you only have to be a few millimetres out in this game and it can make all the difference. What a big moment that could potentially be.
Yeah, he gave the table. It wasn't a proper sort of fist, was it? But it was a wrap.
No, it was a poor wrap of the table, wasn't it, really, from Dave? We expect more.
It was a frame 2 wrap, you know, frame 10, it might have been different. Anyway, it's not a laughing matter for him, of course. And Daniel Wells will have picked up on the frustration and will sense an opportunity, a serious one. Of course, he's already made a 75 break in this match.
Yeah, and how big are these sort of frames when your opponent has been in and actually perfectly placed to take the frame? No obvious reasons why Dave shouldn't have won the frame at that visit, and all of a sudden Daniel Wells comes to the table with the chance. That little bit of added pressure to make it count and just land an early blow. This will be a big win if he can take this frame now, Daniel Wells.
Well, we'll be back with this table, but we want to drop in on table 3 to see if Michael Holt can level up with Yuan Si-jun. It's a great chance. He's 50 in front. And nicely positioned here. We saw Yuan Si-jun make that 58 break in the first frame. Michael Holt, very emotional character, well-liked character on tour, of course, dropped off.
56.
Had a couple of years off, got back on, got to the quarterfinals here, well, not here, but in York in this tournament last year. And remarkably, that was 25 years after he first reached the quarterfinals of the UK Championship. You don't think of him as a veteran, do you? But the fact is he's 47.
Yeah, he's kept himself in good shape, hasn't he? He looks good for it and still playing to a really high standard. He's put himself through the mill a lot this season, Michael Holt. I practice with him quite regular, and we've had a lot of deep conversations really down the club, and he's been struggling mentally and not sure sort of where he's going with his game, feeling 64. Like he maybe can't compete to the highest level. And of course these are all thoughts that most players go through, and you've got to try and just park them when you're out there in the arena. All practice you do, trying to get yourself into a good headspace. He's a fabulous player, isn't he, on his day?
71.
So snooker's required this red to make sure, and that's a good response from Michael Holt. Let's go back to Daniel Wells, who is still going. Now he's just edged in front here by 5 points. We saw, of course, Gilbert played that poor positional shot and then missed the black. Yeah, so Gilbert was in a beautiful position, wasn't he? And then this was the shot he played that then left himself awkward eventually on the black that he missed. So he just unravelled in a couple of shots. This was where he was on the black. Still kind of expected him to get it, but he didn't. And there's the little wrap that we mentioned.
Top 10.
It's amazing what a difference it has. If Gilbert leaves himself that black on purpose, he knocks it in 10 out of 10. But the fact that he was there because he shouldn't have been there, it just added that element of doubt, and eventually he did miss it. Now, if Daniel Wells has done the maths here, if he takes blacks, he'll be 38 points in front with the 3 reds. He won't need that red on the left side cushion, so it'd be interesting to see if he has just worked things out.
They have played 4 times before. It's actually 2 meetings, 2 victories each between them.
And there you can see Dave, I think, maybe he is doing the maths in his seat, or maybe he's saying something under his breath. But I think he's trying to figure out if Daniel will need that final red. Well, he's lifted it anyway now, so this really is a great chance. He might need to play a little cannon to the 2 reds and pink. Not sure if either of them pot anywhere. The pink might be obstructing the lower red of the 2. He's nicely placed that cue ball to play that cannon now. It just needs to nip into that white, a delicate little flick to preferably the right hand side of the red directly beneath the pink. That will bring them both into play. Oh, he's just caught it a little full. And again, what a difference that made. If he catches it half ball on the right side, it's frame over. Just watch the screw back on the cue ball here, just gets into it a fraction too much, catches the red too full. That then freezes the red against the pink. So maybe a reprieve for Dave Gilbert.
Yeah, what a sickener for Daniel Wells. Just needed to get on a red. That's all he would have needed for the frame. 35 in front, 43 on.
Daniel Wells, 62.
Now, unless either player leaves a touching ball for the other, I can't imagine that either will look to try and get the cue ball back up to baulk. Certainly won't want to leave the cue ball on this top cushion for fear of leaving a red to middle. Now, this could be touching ball, but look at where that cue ball's finished, actually. It's touching both, right bang in the middle of them. So how does Dave get away from the reds here? Well, you very rarely see a situation like this.
Yeah, I mean, if a red moves, it's a foul. So he's literally just feathered the white.
Nothing.
Well, this is bizarre.
Well, that might have made a difference now because it's not touching both, it's just touching one. So Dave May can play up, try and just drift that cue ball past the green. In a very strange situation that you don't often see.
I had visions of that just never ending, basically. Like a sort of form of snooker purgatory.
Yeah, the only way that situation was going to be resolved was a touching ball. So David Gilbert now has taken back control of this frame, although he does trail. There is plenty on. Big shot this for Daniel Wells. 2 cushions, he needs to hit the reds and ideally wants to push one safe. He's played it well. That's a really nice shot.
Feels a big frame for both. They both had chances to win it. Gilbert was in first. Daniel Wells, of course, didn't get on frame ball red. Just to recap what's happening so far, it's 1-1 Yuan Shijun and Michael Holt. It's 1-0 Mitchell Mann over Liu Haiqian, 1-0 Ian Burns over Steve Maguire. We'll just stick with this table for the moment because it is in the balance. Well, he got fortunate with a little knuckle there because he caught it far too thin.
Yeah, that was a proper miss hit from Daniel Wells. He came round to have a look at the potting angle of that red. He felt that maybe he could chip the red into the right corner and still get the cue ball back to baulk. Misjudged it by a long, long way. That red has gone to the side cushion. Otherwise, it would have been potable for Dave Gilbert. Is he eyeing up the pot? This would be some shot. Dear me, this is tough. Again, the next few decisions from Daniel Wells are going to be key. He's not forced to take in this red on. He's got the advantage. He can just try and tie the frame up if he can.
Well, we're going to just leave this table for now, just to have a look at Stephen Maguire. We'll come back to that table if anything moves on those last 2 reds, but let's have a look at Stephen Maguire trying to level up here. 23 in front against Ian Burns, having lost the first frame. Yeah, his record in this tournament, he won the title in 2004, runner-up 2007, 2019, 4 semi-finals, 4 quarter-finals. And only 5 players have won more matches in the whole tournament, so the UK Championship, for whatever reason, he tends to come good in. OK, well, I did promise we'd go back if anything happened on this table, and this is what's just happened. Dave Gilbert, terrific pot this to the middle. Such a narrow angle. And what a chance, Stephen, now.
Yeah, it's amazing, isn't it? Daniel Wells played what he thought was a shot to nothing. took the red onto middle, but the fact that Dave could only see that one red and he was pretty straight behind it, it was a very, very tough pot, but he could play it with peace of mind, knowing that he didn't really have another shot. And how often do you see a player knock that type of ball in when all their eggs are placed in one basket? And David Gilbert, after that miss black earlier on in this frame, he'll be feeling mightily relieved if he can pot these final 5 colours.
16.
Yeah, and this is why it was important not to whack the table too hard, because he needs that hand to make this clearance. So it was just a little bit of frustration, that's all it was. Nothing wrong with it. But then it's about channeling everything into breaks like this. That was a terrific red he potted. And it's said he's stall out, hasn't he? He's been taking his shots on. We saw him take the red on down the right-hand side cushion as well.
25.
Pink and black then to win the frame after all. Daniel Wells just failed to get on that penultimate red when he was in on 62.
51.
In goes the black. Nice dish from Dave Gilbert, and that will make him feel a lot better. 1 each. Let's go back to Maguire then. We just left him, but he's still going here. 46 in front in this second frame. 1-0 down to Ian Burns. The 4 tables, they're laid out all next to each other, but meanwhile, wow, that miss has come out of nowhere, and he's not reacted, but that will really annoy him.
Well, where has that come from? Stephen Maguire, well in front in this frame, right behind the red. That is a bit of a shocker. And if Ian Burns can knock this red in, oh, he gets the chance. Similar to the Dave Gilbert, Daniel Wells game, this is a big moment. If he can take this opportunity now, that will really impact the mood of Stephen Maguire. There's no doubt about it.
Six. Seven.
Yeah, as I say, he didn't react, but I'm sure inside he was furious because he was looking good. Of course, had that roller coaster match with Chang Bing Yu, who made the maximum and 2 of the centuries, but Maguire, who was after midnight, got the win 6-5. It would clearly mean a lot for Ian Burns to walk out at the Barbican to play one of the
14.
top 16 players. Can't afford to get carried away yet, but this is a definite chance to land an early blow.
15.
Delighted to be joined by the darling of Dublin himself. Ken, how are you?
Good afternoon, David. Good afternoon, everybody. And delighted to be here. Judgment Day. Very exciting. A lot of great matches going on. And now can he make a little connection on these 3 reds, split them open. He's on the red. It's okay. It's perfect. Let's have a look at this little shot again. But he made a perfect connection. He had to hit this first red full ball and just judged it beautifully. He's such a good player, Ian Burns, isn't he? But he's one of those players, David. He'd cause a big upset and then he might go missing for a while, isn't he?
That's the problem, I think. Yeah, it's following up, you know, a good win with a couple more, and you know, you can, and we'll see. You can play great, can't you, and get beat. I mean, Chang Bing Yu did against Stephen Maguire in the last round. Yeah, didn't have a good angle on that black.
28.
So he's got to have to pull Good red here into the right centre. Get top side of the blue.
29.
Well, he's on the low side, but so the cue ball has to travel a little bit more of a distance. He's played it well. Yeah, he's had a quick look at the scoreboard, so he's 12 points behind, which means in essence that he's going to need that pink that's tucked closely to that right hand side cushion. Now he does have an angle on the red. I wonder, does he try and risk taking the pink out? Oh, probably not the shot. Let's see what he decides. Oh, he's missed the red though. That's the worst thing he could have done. Oh, that's going to cost him.
Ian Burns, 34.
Should do. Yeah, he sort of doesn't want to leave the table, but he's going to have to. Stephen Maguire, 12 in front then. You can see that miss again. Having potted the previously a good red into the middle, he misses that one to corner. So Maguire just looking to mop up here and get himself on the scoreboard. Can tell you Lou Haitian's just levelled up 1 each with Mitchell Mann.
Thanks.
Maguire, one of those players, of course, former champion. You know, if he qualified, he'd be high up the list of players, wouldn't he, that the top 16 would want to avoid.
Yeah, of course. You know, because he's been there, seen it, done it, wore the T-shirt, of course, champion. And he's playing with a lot of confidence now this season. You know, he started off with that win in the Championship League. Just gear himself up. Doesn't want to take the blue around the table, so he's going to take the green, a little bit more difficult. Yeah, no problem. Nicely played. Right in the back of the pocket. But yeah, he's one of those players that the top 16 would like to avoid because, you know, he's playing well, but he has the experience, doesn't he? And as I said, he's won that UK Championship before, and that means a lot as well.
Yeah, and he genuinely doesn't fear anybody, does he? You take the game to anyone. You know, they kind of look at him as a top 16 player, really. Anyway, he's just got a pot, green and brown, and he's dodged a bit of a bullet here. Missed that red out of nowhere, but doesn't look like it's cost him. Brownish frame ball.
9.
So just see him knock this in, and then we'll go to Johan Sijan and Michael Holt. In it goes. He'll be relieved. So 1-1 there. Let's go to table 3. It's 1 each here. Johan Sijan and Michael Holt. Johan won the first, Holt the second. I'm just saying, Ken, there's 5 Chinese seeded through to York, and there's 9 in this round, and none of them are playing each other. So there could be 14 potentially in the main draw.
Well, that would be a first, wouldn't it? I mean, that is incredible. I like watching this young player, Johan Sijan.
27.
Hails from the Ding Junhui Academy, of course. A lot of the players are either there or from Victoria's Academy, also in Sheffield. He strikes the ball very crisply. Fell off the tour, of course, didn't he? And came back and really got some good results now over the last season or so.
Yeah, I mean, he's still young. He's only 25, even though he seems to have been around a long time. He's got plenty of years ahead of him.
34.
I think I played him, actually, in the last round here. I'm not quite sure whether it was last year or the year before. He beat me, but made 3 centuries against me, you know, in the best of 11. Played really well. A quality player.
They're the latest scores. It's just to freed that red, which you're going to need to win the frame, but you can see, well, they're all level. They're all 1 each, basically. So early stages, and maybe that's a portent of what could be a series of close matches all day long. Oh, that pink's nowhere near. Wow.
Right, John, 34.
That didn't really threaten. Michael Holt was out of his seat quick, wasn't he?
Yeah, I'll clean it for you.
Asking John Pellew to clean the red. He's noticed stuff on it. They've had a re-rack table 1. Gilbert and Wells starting frame 3 again.
Yeah, just wondering. I don't think he has the angle, if he pots this red, that he can go in and sort of split up the red and the black. If he could, that would be a bad idea, because naturally you would expect him to be on the pink. But if he can't do that, that's what he's looking at. Can he pot the red, miss the red on the side cushion and go into red and black? But if not, just, you know, if he is on the, he could even try and take off the red off the side cushion. That would help as well. Let's see what he decides to do here. Yeah, try and dislodge that red and be on the pink. Is he on the pink? He's had a quick look. It's pretty tight.
Pink ball.
Yeah, he's going to play the pink. He might have to use a little bit of left-hand side, a little bit of swerve. There you see him just go on the left-hand side of the cue ball. Might not be on this. Just has to swerve it slightly around the black.
Such an animated character, and even when he had that red cleaned, there was a big chapter and verse about why when it cleaned he was explaining to John, but that's just how he is. He kind of lives on his nerves, but we know what he's capable of. Got to the quarters last year on his return to the tour. Came back from 5-3 down against Rhian Evans the other day. Had a great win as well in the last round over Jackson Page, 6-3.
Yeah, he's the right character, isn't he? He's always very animated around the table. Sometimes converses with the crowd and talks openly, and not a lot of players like that, but you know, he is his own man. Now, he can't get near this red, so he may just pot the black and play a double, or play a really good safety shot if he can. Could play the double with an element of safety.
15.
Now, let's see what he's going to try here. Problem about taking the double on. If it goes in, well and good, but if you miss it, you just don't know where the red's going to finish. He didn't play for it. He played the snooker instead, and he didn't get it.
15.
Yeah, hence the rather concerned look on his face, walking back to his seat. Of course, Yuan Sijun just needs the red to leave him needing snookers. He's had a little look at the potting angle here.
Yeah, I think it pots, but the cue ball will be coming back down towards this black and pink, I would say. If he does miss it, sort of a free shot for him here. I say that he's missed it by so much that he's left the pot for Michael Holt. Now, certainly not easy, but it's a half chance.
Well, Holt's still hanging on in this frame. And of course, even though he's 27 behind, everything's on. If he were to pot the red, would be a chance to steal it. Yeah, Steven Hallworth was saying he's having a difficult season, Holt. He's been struggling a bit. In fact, this is the furthest he's been in a ranking event, this last 48 rounds. So maybe this will be the springboard for better things in the second half of the season. been getting advice from Steve Davis, actually, which, you know, 6 times champion of the world and indeed in this event. Very wise snooker owl, although, because these days more likely to be found behind the decks, DJing. Maybe that's what he was advising him on, I don't know.
Yeah, probably to buy some of his records or something like that. He played a good shot there, Michael Holt. It wasn't straightforward, but he judged it nicely. Well, could be a valuable 4 points.
And a miss.
It'll go back, of course.
Michael Holt.
Much more difficult from its original position than it would be from there.
Yeah. From by there. Okay, thank you.
Wow. That's strange.
Well, we will be back with this table shortly, but let's just have a look at table 4, because Lu Hai-Tian going well here, 60 in front against Mitchell Mann. So not too far from winning the frame, but still a bit of work to do here. 1 each in the match. Yeah, he was 5-1 down to Matthew Stevens, 1-6-5 the other night, so it was one of those sort of classic qualifying turnarounds. Late night, you know, all nerves.
And that wouldn't have happened to Matthew Stevens many times in his career, if any. So that was a huge win for Lu Hai-Tian. That was a nice little delicate shot, wasn't it? Held it nicely for the pink. Judged it cannon. Lovely. And that should be, well, you'd say frame from this position. Pink and 1 more red required.
Just to say, 147 Mag from Turkey, watching on YouTube, has said hello, and we say hello back to you. And indeed, wherever you're watching our coverage, you're very welcome. Well, that should be frame ball, you would think. Swan snooker needed. Just seeing pot this black, maybe we'll go back to Yuan Sijun and Michael Holt. They're still on that red, actually.
53.
So, yeah, so it's going to be 2-1 to Lu Hai-Tian, but they're still on this red. It's quite a battle. 23 in the frame. Pink's gone a little awkward. Of course, Holt's going to need that. So that might be in Yuan Sijun's favour. Oh, wow, I thought that was in for a moment, but it's over the pocket. Now, can he see it? He's having a look. Seems so.
Yeah, and I just wonder here, Dave, can he possibly career into the pink here? Doesn't have to, but he could bring it out into play if he wanted to. Yeah, that's exactly what he's done. He's played it nicely.
What?
He's judged it well. He's on the black. He's got an angle on the black as well.
pot the black and give yourself a shot at the yellow. And he has the pink into the right centre. I mean, that's a possibility, but I think the black is more straightforward. He's even got an angle on it that he can get up close to the yellow if he wanted to. Or just drop it in and leave himself. If he drops it in, he's sort of guaranteeing to pot the black. No, he's going to go for the pink. It's a little bit more difficult, this. Missable. Oh, that's... Yeah, it's a strange shot. I mean, all he had to do was drop the black in, give himself a shot, even a mid-distance shot at the yellow, and he gives himself a chance. He's putting himself under unnecessary pressure there, taking on that pink. And it could be very costly if once Jean knocks this yellow in.
Yes, yellow and green needed for a 2-1 lead. And we know Holt could be quite an emotional character. That's going to sting if he does knock this in and wins the frame. Which he's not done, so an immediate reprieve. It's already got very edgy, this. It's only frame 3. So the battle that was on the red is now going to be on the yellow. Holt trying to get the snooker behind the brown. Didn't quite get it, though. Well, he'd be disappointed there. That was a chance to get a nasty snooker, actually. Well, he was up immediately there. But, well, yeah, it's worked out pretty good because he's pushed the blue safe-ish as well, which, of course, is in his favour, completely inadvertently, and the yellow ran safe. Trying again for this snooker. Well, the yellow's caught the George come away. He would have had him in it, actually, but for that.
He would have had him in a right pickle as well, wouldn't he, if it was tight behind that brown? Wow, that would have been a difficult snooker. Now, there's enough room behind this yellow. And try and get the cue ball cushion first, and then kick the yellow back. He's got to miss the pink with the yellow and kick it back into the bulk area. Oh, this looks pretty good. Very, very good, this. And it could be snookered here behind the green. Not snookered, but still pretty good shot.
Well, he's determined to get him in behind the brown. He hasn't quite done it again. Johansi Jun had a good chance, didn't he, when Holt missed the pink? He needed yellow and green, missed the yellow. Another chance here, though. Yeah, that's a good pot. Now then, what about this cue ball? If it runs,
Cool.
Blue just slightly hampering him.
What do you see, John?
Well, it seems impossible to get the snooker behind that brown. He's had a go now, didn't really get near it.
Can he get this cue ball behind the pink here? Knock the green back up the table. No.
Well, while we watch this rather epic battle, we can just show you what's happening on table 1. Dave Gilbert, of course, stole that previous frame. He thought he'd thrown it away. And he's now 14 in front in frame 3. This match 1 each. They're all 1 each apart from table 4. Lu Aiqian 2-1 up as Mitchell Mann as we saw against Mitchell Mann as we saw. The early signs are these matches are going to be tight because, of course, we've had so many kind of upsets and close matches already, and it's such a big prize to get to the Barbican. It would be unexpected if we have too many one-sided matches. And of course, everyone's played at least one match so far. The tiered system, people have been under pressure for their rankings, but now everyone's guaranteed points.
Yeah, poor judgment from Michael Holt to hit the middle pocket there now. I don't think he's going to play the cue ball in behind the brown because there's always the chance of knocking the cue ball into the pocket. So maybe just up and down with the green just to make sure, keep it safe. Yeah, that was his best choice, but could have played it a little bit harder. I mean, this green does cut in here into the left corner. I'm quite sure whether he'll take it on or not. It's very risky.
Well, there's a bit of life in this frame yet, so we're just going to drop in on table 1, where Dave Gilbert is looking to build a 2-1 lead here over Daniel Wells. Black just sort of struggled in there. Yeah, he's not had the best season, Gilbert. Last 32 in Wuhan. I've got to say, though, Ken, I don't think I've ever known a time more unpredictable in snooker. We've had 11 tournaments and 11 different winners.
I know, it's incredible, isn't it? Yeah, and of course, as we said at the top, but the standard is just getting higher and higher all the way down through the rankings. So very hard to predict. And maybe the days of someone dominating the season like we saw with the likes of Judd Trump a couple of seasons ago, where he winning 5 or 6 tournaments in a season. Those days they may be gone, you know. It's very difficult for players to keep up that consistent because of the standard all the way through. It would be some feat if someone could win 4 or 5 tournaments in a season now.
Yeah, and the other surprising thing, of course, of the 11 winners, Judd Trump's not one of them yet, because he's been in a couple of finals, but we'll see how he gets on with the different cue. Gilbert's gone well here, but this has just happened on table 3. We were watching the battle on the green. Yuan Sijun had the chance for the double. In it goes. Plum on the brown. So it is his frame, and he's 2-1 up. It's a long old scrap, wasn't it, that? But he always kind of looked favourite, of course, with the lead he had. Gilbert certainly favourite here, 54 in front. So this black to leave Daniel Wells requiring a snooker. And looking good to lead 2-1. Could easily have been 2-0 down.
63.
So definitely Gilbert's frame. Now Stephen Maguire, 1 each with Ian Burns. And in front here by 31 on table 2. Just looking to close the frame out. Yeah, just freeing that red away from the pink, or trying to. But this still needs potting. Ian Burns looking on. Just as he ponders this, later on we will have a competition to win the official World Snooker Tour quiz book. So I'll be asking 3 questions, and I'll give you the details how to enter, and fun for all the family at Christmas. Or maybe some of the family.
Yeah, just after they've had their turkey.
Well, just taking the points because, of course, he's 38 in front with 35 on.
51.
Although, yeah, he looks like he has snookered himself. He's got the snooker for Ian Burns here.
Foul.
Wow, and he's gone in off. So
Stephen Maguire, 51.
the penalty points that Ian Burns needed, he didn't have to do anything to get. 34 the difference, 35 on. A real sheepish look on Maguire's face there.
Yeah, so he needs a black with this last red, but how does he get on the black from the angle? Even with the advantage of having the cue ball in the D, he may not actually take this red on, you know. There we go. Watch the cue ball.
Foul.
Yeah. Could have worked out worse, to be honest. He might not go for this red. He may just try and knock the red up into the bulk area and try and get that cue ball behind the black if he can. Oh no, that's the worst thing he could have done. Knock the black safe, and that's going to help Steve Maguire, not help Ian Burns. It was a terrible shot.
Well, it's another one of those frames where the emotions just change shot by shot. You can contact us, as you can see. There's the email address, snookerclub@wst.tv, or use the various social media channels. Make a note of that address, because that will be the address to send the competition answers to later. Now, Burns must hit the red, but also, of course, mustn't leave it on. Well, he's hit it. He's left it awkward over the green. In it goes, though.
1.
So, looking like 2-1, Maguire snooker's needed. Now, Lu Hai-Tian about to go 3-1 up here. So, the first match to get to the interval on table 4, Lu Hai-Tian against Mitchell Mann, who, of course, knocked out Chris Wakelin, the highest-ranked player in the qualifiers the other night. But he finds himself behind in the early stages. His match is best of 11s, of course.
51.
Made an 89 break in the last frame, and already up to 51 here.
58.
Of course, he has been in a ranking final. It was the Indian Open
59.
back in 2019. Quarter-finalist this season in Xi'an.
$66.
Just see if he can make a century here.
67.
Just send him off for his interval cup of tea or whatever. Feeling good. Been quite a fluent match so far. But still a long way to go. Remember, these are best of 11, so possible 7 frames to come after the interval.
Yeah, nice break this, isn't it? Could finish with a century here. Yeah, and a similar, you know, player we spoke about, Ian Bournes, and Liu Hao Tian probably falls into the category, although he's had a little bit more success, consistent success, but he might play well in one event, go missing for another couple, then come back and play well. It's trying to find that consistency, but on his day, he's a real handful, really quality player.
$82.
And I'm sure, you know, beating someone of the caliber of Matthew Stevens from 5-1 down, I mean, that would have given him a great boost, confidence going into today's match.
86. $91. $97.
So the black then for the first century of this final qualifying round. Yeah, nicely done. He's playing good stuff. He's Liu Haiqian, and he leads Mitchell Mann 3-1 at the interval. Let's go to table 3. Yuan Si-jun leads Michael Holt 2-1 after that rather lengthy third frame. Ended up doubling the green, as we saw. Holt 21 in front here. He went into the reds a moment ago. They kind of went everywhere, but he didn't land nicely, and now it looks like he's actually contemplating a safety here. I assume he's potted a red and he's not on a colour. That's the problem. Well, no, he's on a red, I think. Yeah, so just a safety.
Yeah, trying to hide this red with the blue, the one that's over this bottom right corner pocket. Is there a gap between the yellow and blue? Doesn't look like it, otherwise, well, if not, he's going to be in a bit of trouble here. It's not going to be straightforward to get back to the bulk area. So a bit to contemplate here for Michael Holt.
Yeah, it's a dicey old table, isn't it? Now I'm going to make way for Steven Hallworth, but when I come back, I will have the quiz questions with the chance to win that WST quiz book. So if that's not motivation for staying listening, I don't know what is.
We can't wait, Dave. We cannot wait. The suspense is killing us.
You could enter, Ken. You never know.
Yeah,
you might win.
do, yeah, I probably won't win anything. I won't get any questions right, that's for sure. I'll keep them for the Christmas table. Well, it was a good effort and a great cue ball, but unfortunately, he's left that red over the corner pocket. Well, it's a nice, easy start there, and he can play it slowly enough to hold for the black into the opposite corner. And if he gets on the black here, what a chance. bit unlucky there, Michael Holt. Oh, well, he didn't play for the black. He sort of played to get it out in the open. Blue or pink would have done, so he's on the pink. So good chance here as we welcome Steven Hallworth back into the commentary box. What's your assessment so far, Steve?
Yeah, it's been good stuff. Tense, isn't it? You know, there's been a few misses. This is a big frame, isn't it, for both players really heading into that interval. The 3-1 cushion will be what Yuan Sijun is desperate for. Michael had that chance early in the frame, went into the pack, didn't he? Didn't land, missed the red to middle. There's going to be a lot of tension throughout the day, and of course, as these matches get closer to that magic number 6, the Barbican beckons. The pressure will continue to rise, but Yuan Sijun, he's looked so far so good today. Lu Haoshan looking very good over on table 4 as well against Mitchell Mann with the 3-1 lead at their interval. Big prize, isn't it, Ken, to book your place at the Barbican. And of course, with it only starting in a couple of days, it's so close for the players. You don't want to be leaving here having to go home and watch the UK on the TV.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, it is a big game for them. And I think the structure, the way they've changed it around as well is much better. You know, just the 2 tables, much better arena. It is a wonderful place, the Barbican, and indeed the city, York. There's a great buzz around the city when the snooker is on. Nice time of year. But yeah, big prize for all these players to be involved in from Saturday onwards. And it could make a big difference to a lot of their seasons as well, particularly those who are, you know, trying to seek a good run in a tournament just to give them a boost up the rankings and some prize money.
Have you got a favourite memory from the Barbican, Ken?
23.
Well, I lost in a couple of finals there. One to Ronnie O'Sullivan, where I got 1 frame, and I was lucky to get 1. The other one was Matthew Stevens, Mark Williams in the final, and I lost 10-9, so that was pretty close. But some great matches there over the years, different players. But yeah, it's a wonderful venue, and it's a wonderful championship. It's, you know, we saw the little video of all the different champions, you know, at the top of the show. A lot of great history there.
29.
How about you? Have you played at the Barbican? And did you play when it was like the way it was scheduled before?
Yeah, made my debut actually when I got on the tour in 2014, back when it was 1 played 1-2-8, 2 played 1-2-7, and my debut was against Mark Williams in the main arena, of course. And you know, it was obviously a massive occasion. I got beat quite heavily, 6-1 by Mark, but I do remember that day. And yeah, fantastic arena, and always at this time of year when
37.
you know, Christmas is of course on the horizon and the city's got a real buzz about it. But one of my earliest memories of the Barbican, it would have been 2011, 2012. My dad had skived off work, took me with him to go and watch the UK Championship. We ended up sitting on the front row, so he got in trouble the next day, put it that way, having called in sick. But we watched Marco Fu against Mark Allen, I think it was, and yeah, that was a fantastic game.
Not the best place to sit when you're skiving off work in the front row, eh? Oh, wow. Wow, what a miss. What a miss with the frame at his mercy. Wow.
He was going so well there, wasn't he, Yuan Sijun? That has really come out of the blue, and what a lifeline it's potentially thrown for Michael Holt.
Yeah, let's have a look at that black again, because he didn't have to do anything with the cue ball. It just got to drop it in, play for the red left of the pink, or the red as close to the left middle.
And really, when you look at how far he missed the black by, that was missed by a long way, wasn't it?
Yeah, so it gives Michael Holt chance to reduce the arrears. First of all, I mean, you find it hard for him to clear up and win the frame from this visit, but at least he's back at the table. It's in control.
Just wonder if that black pots to this right corner pocket. If it squeezes past the red, there might be value in playing on it at some point. That may give him a chance to get the 2 reds into play as well.
8.
Does have an angle here on the pink, could maybe try and disturb the 2 with that red being near the middle pocket as well. He's got options here.
Yeah, that's not bad. It's worked out okay. He would have liked to have been away from the cushion with the cue ball, but he always had that red over the left centre, so it was a good time to try and create something. He's brought the black out, and those 2 reds are now potable.
These close frames really do make the difference in these matches. All the players well capable of scoring big breaks and winning frames in quick time, one visit, but it's the ones that could have gone either way that no doubt will make the difference come the end of play. So quickly dive in over on table 1 as well, as we see Michael try and make something of that chance. David Gilbert nicely in front, looking to head to their interval with a 3-1 lead. 67 remain, 69 in front. Wants to see this red disappear.
Yeah, he's done well, Dave Gilbert. He could have easily been 2-0 down, and he's rallied really strongly there. Looks like he's going to be 3-1 up at the interval. Now, they play for the red on the right-hand side of the table here. Wants to get away from the cushion as well. Doesn't want to be close to the cushion. Oh, he's played it badly. He's played it really badly, yeah. He'd be disgusted with that, Michael Holt.
Oh, he will, won't he? Because he's had so much room to play with there. Anything but contact to the red. He's obviously trying to just flirt with it for some reason, get close to it, leave it virtually unmissable, but anything but contact to the red. So on we go. This frame still very much live. Massive frame for both, huge. Well, that was a big miscalculation from Yuan Sijun. Now, just wonder if Michael's got the angle. Can he nip into this cue ball enough to maybe promote that safe red in potting this red to right corner? If he's got the angle, he'll play it.
One.
Yeah, just caught the red a little bit fuller than he would have liked. So he needed like quarter ball connection on that red. It would have brought the cue ball out more to the middle of the table, so a bit more of a trickier pink this. Oh, he's missed it by a long way.
Michael Holt.
He missed the pink.
One.
In a previous frame into the middle that he could have stole the frame. That's another one, and this one could cost him.
Yeah, it was a nervy one. It felt like a really big shot, and no doubt he made it more of a big shot in his own mind. Felt that if that pink disappeared, he was obviously going to be on the red, and 2 each at the interval. Big frame to win, so Yuan Sijun does get the chance. Trailing in this frame, but nothing safe on this table now. What a opportunity this is.
If he puts the brown, he's going to need up and including the pink. pink shouldn't be a problem as long as he gets right behind it. So great chance here for Francis Jean to take a 3-1 interval lead.
7.
No doubt for Holty, this match will feel a little bit more important. The results have been few and far between this season, and of course fond memories of last year making the quarter-finals. He'll be desperate to get back to the Barbican. But Yuan Sijun
10.
looking to just compound the pain for Michael Holt. If you can pot these next 3 colours, brown, blue and pink required.
14.
Yeah, just got to be careful here. He's just got to miss the black. I thought he was going to come and play off the cushion, but he could hold the cue ball, so it's not too bad. And there won't be any real pace played in this. Just nice. Drop this pink in for the frame. Yeah, well played. One C-shot.
25. I'm afraid. 50.
So table 2 is well, look at the state of the table here. It's become very scrappy, very tight, this frame. All the reds have seemed to venture towards that right corner pocket, and of course a problem for both players.
Foul and miss. Stephen Maguire full. Yeah. Yeah.
So second attempt for Ian Burns to try and nestle up to this red by the top cushion, and
Foul and miss. Stephen
got
Maguire
closer
full.
that time. But Maguire doesn't seem to be interested in coming to check out his options, so that will be going back once again. Don't think he can see any reds full ball here, Ian Burns, so a warning won't be issued. Not necessarily the sort of frame we expected to see with these two players, both very attacking. Of course, Stephen Maguire's got a wonderful record in this UK Championship. It'd feel like quite a big moment should he not feature at the Barbican. But of course, he's got to come through this match against Ian Burns, who's playing some great stuff.
Foul and miss. Stephen Maguire full.
Well, the points are building up, but he's obviously more concerned about leaving a possible pot. He's got the line, it's just a little bit firmer with the cue ball. This looks pretty good. Now, has he left the red though? That's what he was concerned about. I think this red is cut into the corner pocket. Having a look at the angle, and I think if he does pot it, he will certainly miss the reds above it, so he could get on black or pink here.
One.
Yeah, that'll do.
Back out from their interval on table 4, Liu Haoshan with a 3-1 advantage over Mitchell Mann.
Big ball.
This frame is still going to take some sorting out here, though. By no means a good scoring opportunity, this. Look at the state of the table. And he's missed the pink anyway.
Stephen Maguire 1.
Yeah, puff at the cheeks from Maguire. I feel like this frame is going to take some solving.
Yeah, good pot in the red, but I'm not quite sure he's got a good enough angle on this black to be able to create something here. May be able to try and nudge into one of those reds behind the black spot or screw across maybe for the red just below the pink. No.
Eight.
Such a big frame, this one before the interval. Of course, Maguire looking to try and just open up that little cushion. Of course, 3 takes him halfway there. The magic number 6 today for all the matches, and tonight, tomorrow as well. But this frame, as I say, is very, very messy, very tight indeed. All those reds tied up. So, chance at the long red for Ian. Can hold for the black as well. Yeah, good pot. Now, I'd like some sort of angle on this black to maybe try and disturb some reds, bring some more into play if he can. I don't think he's quite got that, so just be floating the cue ball across the right side, drop on a red, take the points. Oh, goodness me, he's missed the black anyway now. This is a big chance for Stephen Maguire. He can pop this red and maybe use the black free chance to bring more into play. That was a bit of a cheap mistake, that, from Ian Burns. So while we wait for this frame to unfold, it's nip and tuck really. A key feature of this season so far has been the amount of 147 breaks that have been made. And Ken has joined Rob in the studio to discuss the maximums.
Thanks very much, Stephen. I mean, it has been record-breaking, literally, Ken. We came into this lead into Judgment Day here in Wigan looking for a record equaling, but now we've got a record extending. We've gone from 14 to 15 to 16. Liam Pullen, maximum on day 1. Yeah. What a way to announce our start here.
Yeah, great start for him. I'm delighted for him. He's a lovely young lad, one of the sort of the younger breeds coming through, and it's sort of that will have given him a great boost, no doubt. I know he'd be disappointed losing, of course, is not being still in the UK Championship, but to make a 147 at the UK Championship, well, that's a real feather in his cap. And the manner in which he did it as well. I mean, the last red we spoke about, the double, was incredible, to keep the break going. But, yeah, delighted for the young man.
Every maximum is amazing, but this was pretty special, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was. I mean, we're down to the pink and black here, but yeah, I mean, it must have been. And you probably see the joy on his face, you know, and his heart would have been pounding here. You know, he's very nervous. He's nicely on the black as well. What you shouldn't do is miss a black on a 147, which I know a lot about.
We'll gloss over
that. But yeah, it's a wonderful sort of milestone for him. You know, he's going to have a great career, Liam Pullen, an illustrious career, you know. But that is a milestone, and there you see what it meant. Fantastic.
And here's the second one with commentary from our legendary Dave Hendon.
Well, this is incredible, isn't it? I mean, what a black this is, the pot. And watch the cue ball as well, where it goes.
Oh, well, we didn't get Hendo's commentary, but it was amazing. And, yeah, a nice, a really good moment en route to what was an absolute epic 6-5. But,
yeah.
You know, do you know what? Everyone talks about the standards getting better and better, but they really are. Because if they weren't, we wouldn't be on 16 maximums before the end of November. That is staggering,
Yeah,
Ken.
I think the standard, when we say the standard is getting better, at the top, the standard has always been very, very high. But what you're saying now is that you're seeing players right down the rankings and making 147s. I mean, that was unheard of, you know, in yesteryear. So it just shows you what the talent that's in the game, the standard that's in the game, all the way through the rankings, right down to the very, very bottom. And that's wonderful to see, you know, and that's how the game has got better, the standard has got better, and these guys are producing wonderful, wonderful breaks.
And it's getting harder to predict who's going to be in the finals. We've had so many different winners this season, and I think it's only Judd Trump and Sean Murphy who've been in multiple finals so far this season. It's been a really special start to the year.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, Judd Trump, you know, world #1, he hasn't got his hands on a trophy yet this season. So in 2025, actually. So he wants to put that right, of course, you know, the UK. He's defending his championship. So, yeah, it's not a sort of milestone that he wants to carry on through 2025, but he's playing well again. And, yeah, multiple winners. It's going to be hard. We were just discussing it in the commentary box. It's going to be hard for even the top players to dominate the game. I mean, Judd Trump winning like 5-6 tournaments in a season quite regularly. You know, it's going to be very hard for someone to do that now with the standard coming up behind them.
Well, we've got no idea who's going to win this year's Victorian Plumbing UK Championship. But having had 2 maximums in qualifying, well, I don't think it's too easy to hope that we get a replica of these kind of moments of magic of UK Championships of the past. What about this from Stephen Hendry, last 16 against Gary Wilkinson in 1995, en route to the final bang.
Yeah, I mean, well, this man was a machine, you know, and particularly for 147s, you just love making them centuries. Of course, you know, he raised the bar in the 90s. You know, he was the barometer, and then this man. I mean, well, there was no one better at making 147s than this guy. It's incredible, you know, making it look so easy as well.
What a context in which to do it. That was the decider against Selby. Finals in Telford. That's the first UK Championship I've worked on.
Yeah, amazing. Yeah, to do it in the final frame, absolutely brilliant for that. And the great thing about 147s is that you never sort of, you know, you never miss the buzz of it. You know what I mean? And these players, for all they've achieved in their career, they still get a great buzz out of making a 147. It's a very special thing to do.
And one of my other favourite UK Championship memories, I can't remember who he was playing against, but Selby had a max. I think it was up about 40 grand. It was back in that era where we had that rolling prize pot of 5 grand, and then if no one got one, it doubled to 10 and 15. Selby had an unbelievable black to the middle. Do you remember that
I do, yeah. He got right behind it on the top cushion, rolled it into the left middle pocket. Yeah, incredible finish. Yeah, nice to win, and then 40 bags as well. Not too bad for the Christmas shop.
That'll certainly keep you in context. Thanks very much, Ken. Well, you know, I really do think the standard is so high that it's not too far beyond the bounds of possibility that we get another moment of perfection at the Barbican. And who knows, we might get one on Judgment Day Part 1 or Judgment Day Part 2, guys.
So, Rob, thank you very much indeed. Well, we're back on table 4 now. Lu Hai-Chian and Mitchell Mann. 3-1 to Lu Hai-Chian, and not much in this fifth frame, 5 points between them. Mitchell Mann did win the first frame, but we saw Lu Hai-Chian with a century in the fourth to go to the interval with the 2-frame lead.
he was in perfect position just before we joined this table, Mitchell Mann, and all of a sudden has just left himself with a little more to do. He's on this pink, yes, he'll probably pot it, but his next red, it seems very unlikely that he's going to get close to it. So the red may have to be played from distance. He's got to keep in touch with Liu Haoshan, as you say, that century to take him to the interval. They've been feeling really good about things. It's up to Mitchell now to respond. So in goes the pink, and you see, get close to the red. This is now just starting to unravel this break. This is a soft pot to left corner. Can he avoid the two reds beneath the one we play as well? I'm not sure. So not just the pot, the cue ball needs consideration here. No, but he did that really, really well. That was very nicely controlled. So this black puts him 19 in front. Two reds and two blacks will be 35 with the one red on the side cushion. So Liu Haoshan may still can set this frame
50.
Unless Mitchell can either bring that safe red into play, maybe an option for a double, or get in right behind it. Either way, make sure you get the two reds, two blacks here.
51.
Well, if he's dead straight on this red, he can put his cue ball anywhere he likes, looking to be
59.
parallel with the black. Could have played that better. A little straighter than I personally would have liked to have been. He'll be potting this black, and it looks as if he'll have to play the double on the final red. Didn't really make any sort of attempt there to
66.
get that final red into play. I wonder if that will come back to bite him. Liu Haoshan is still in this frame. Well, he's decided to play the safety shot. Now, I'm really surprised at the previous red that Mitchell played. He was under no pressure to just drop that red in, leave the angle on the black, looking to leave the natural angle on the black to just flick the red out from the side cushion. He's not safe yet.
No, we had some respot drama yesterday, didn't we, with Jack Lazowski and Louis Heathcote, who actually went in off the respot, which ended the frame, but of course he got the match won. Well, the cross double was on, wasn't it? And he's nailed it, so Mitchell Mann looks like he's pulled one back. yeah, worth seeing again. Couldn't have played it any better, could he? So Mitchell Mann certainly won this frame.
6.
So let's go to table 3 because Michael Holt is in the balls with a good scoring chance here. It's 3-1 to his opponent, Yuan Sijun. But this is where you want to be, around the black spot. Just on table 2, by the way, it's a bit of a grind, that second frame. They're on the yellow. Ball's awkward. Maguire 24 in front against Ian Burns. And, of course, he leads 2-1. But it's been
41.
quite a drawn-out frame.
$42.
I mean, we were saying earlier, Stephen, but it's worth repeating. It feels like Michael Holt just needs sort of one good tournament to just sort of click into gear this season. It's been a frustrating campaign for him, but if he can get back to York, all's well again.
Yeah, without a doubt, results have been few and far between, really, for Holty this season. And no doubt fond memories from
49.
last year at the UK Championship. Why wouldn't they be, making the quarterfinals 25 years after his first? But of course he's up against it in this match, 3-1 down. He needs to convert this chance. There's no reason why he shouldn't
50.
win the frame at this visit. He's got the balls open perfectly. And this is an area of his game that he feels that he's just not quite been reaching the heights of, his scoring. On the practice table, he can score like the best of them, but when he's out there in the arena, for whatever reason this season, he's just not quite been killing the frames off in one hit.
57.
And of course, at this level now, the standard's so good right across the tour, you have to score. It's as simple as that.
58.
Yeah, I mean, he dug himself out, didn't he, against Ryan Evans, who's 5-3 down.
65.
And, you know, that could have been it for his UK Championship, but managed to scrap through. I think the decider was an hour long. So real hard-fought stuff,
66.
and then seemed to play a lot more with a lot more freedom against Jackson Page. 1-6-3, and here we are. He's pulling one back, it would seem, here. That black puts him 73 in front with 67 available. So this is good stuff from Michael Holt.
73.
Now, I mentioned table 2 a moment ago. They had a long battle, actually, and ended up with... we'll get to it shortly, but we'll show you what happened there shortly, but Michael Holt continuing here.
80.
Yeah, so Ian Burns, he snookered here on the yellow, 24 behind, so he's got to hit it. And he, look at this, he just flicks it, flicks the brown, goes in off. Thanks a lot, leaves the yellow on, and of course, Steve Maguire already 28 in front, but the yellow making sure, and they are actually, Burns is playing for snookers, he needs a couple on the brown, but it's looking very much like 3-1 to Maguire there, and just see if Holt can make this century.
88.
Yeah, this will make him feel good, no doubt. Good to come back out after the interval, hit the ground running, make a one visit, just tee yourself up nicely going forward and actually keep in touch with Yuan Sijun. Doesn't want to open too much of a gap, make it too easy for him.
And this will be a little landmark for Michael Holt because this would be his 250th career century
96.
if he were to make it.
$97.
Come on now, Michael, knock this in. Yeah, good stuff. Good stuff, not just pulling one back, but doing so in style. Just get the feeling
104.
all these matches could end up pretty tight. Ian Burns didn't get the snookers, so it is confirmed 3-1 to Maguire. Come on then. Well, he's missed that, so that's 104. We'll maybe go to table 1. And as we do, I was just going to ask you, Stephen, for your prediction for champion. I mean, it's sort of a bit like the Grand National now, isn't it? You just sort of stick a pin.
Do you leave quickly, please?
Yeah, it's so tough to call, isn't it? Because we've already seen this season just how many different winners there've been of events. But I did go through the main draw and sort of studied it, and I've sort of hedged my bets with Mark Williams for the title this year. The top half, I think, of the main draw is absolute filth. I think Ronnie plays Mark if they win, Selby in the second round. There's Judd in that section as well. I think Sean Murphy too. Like the top half is just an absolute horror half. So I've played it safe and gone with Mark Williams. What about you, Dave? Who do you fancy?
I have a slight feeling for Neil Robertson. He seems to be coming good in the sort of big events. Obviously won the Saudi ranking event, got to the invitation final, big money there, and he's playing good stuff. So, but I mean, you know, there's so many players, of course, capable. He's won it 3 times, Neil, and seems to be in good nick. We'll see. We don't know, of course, who they're going to play in round 1 yet. Just as we watch this, so okay, the World Snooker Tour quiz book is out for Christmas, and there's 2,500 snooker questions, and they are in different sections. So there's sections on players, tournaments, sort of general snooker knowledge, but also within that they're graded by the colour of the balls. So the red questions are all true or false, so they're, you know, it's 50-50. Even if you don't know, you can guess. Yellow are pretty easy, goes up to the black, which is pretty horrible. And so you can play it any way you want, but you could try and make a break, take a red, take a colour, another red, another colour, etc, etc. Anyway, we've got 4 copies to give away, 1 per session. So I'm going to ask 3 questions, but I'm not going to ask them all at once, so you need to make a note of each answer, and over the next half an hour you'll have the questions, and then that's the address to send the answers to. So don't send them yet, because there's 3 questions, and the first one, and these are all taken from the book, the first one, no answering if you know the answer, Stephen, is what is Ronnie O'Sullivan's middle name? What is Ronnie O'Sullivan's middle name? That is question number 1. Question number 2 will come along very shortly. Now, this is how this break began. Gilbert missing that black.
Dave Gilbert, 23.
And, yeah, clearly frustrated.
Do you leave quickly?
Yeah, similar situation to earlier in this match, actually. David Gilbert, from a great position in amongst the balls, left himself on the side cushion with a very missable black, which he did then go on to miss. There's the updated scores across the board. Of course, we'll stay with this visit with Daniel Wells. He's just played a great shot into the reds to bring them all into play. What a chance.
$13.
Yeah, this was the shot to get everything into play. Of course, he fell off the tour, Daniel Wells, and he was playing in some events a couple of years ago as a sort of top-up, so he was able to play in amateur events as well. And there were some rather stinging words from Ronnie O'Sullivan, some tough love, basically, saying he should stay an amateur because he's never going to win anything. And Daniel Wells, I listened to him on the Talking Snooker podcast recently. He's actually got that quote from Ronnie on his wall. So every day when he practices, that is his inspiration. So, you know, it was quite hurtful to hear, but he's trying to use it as a positive.
Yeah, and good on him. You know, he's knuckled down and he's worked hard and he is a good player, and I'm sure he will go on to, if not get close to winning something, win something, because sometimes you just need a little bit more of an incentive than you already have, and I hope he does use those words. I remember it, actually. I remember the comments from Ronnie that there was no reason for him to say that. Fair play to Dan. He's a lovely lad and he's a great player as well. I remember that year when he was playing in the events as a top-up. Didn't he get to the semi-finals of the shootout as an amateur?
Yeah, and of course he made his Crucible debut last season, acquitted himself well against Sean Murphy. Spent a long time trying to get there, a few near misses in final qualifying rounds.
27.
I wonder if he knows Ronnie's middle name. Maybe he's not interested.
That's the last thing he'll be concerned about, I can assure you.
If you are just joining our coverage, Daniel Wells won the first frame actually with the break of 75 and had made 62 in the next. He just failed to get on the penultimate red, which would have been frame ball. So it was a big early moment. Gilbert won the frame on the black and since had breaks of 64 and 50.
33.
So taking this red out by the pink was a wise decision from Daniel Wells. That frees the pink up completely, which is the good ball to have in play really for the two reds either side of it. So going along nicely here. Again, that second frame you just mentioned, Davey, was nicely poised to take it. Should have done really off a bad mistake from Dave Gilbert. How quickly these matches can turn around. Dave then got the advantage going into the interval, so it's up to Daniel Wells to try and respond, and so far so good in this frame.
45.
Edging closer to that winning line. Great to see a good crowd in as well. Of course, if you are in the area, get yourselves down. Fantastic snooker on display over the next couple of days. Really is great value these judgment days. You get the 4 tables you can keep across all the action. You can see them all from wherever you sit.
Just to say on table 4, it looks like 3-3. Mitchell Man 70 in front, 67 on against Lu Hai Chan, so he was 3-1 down there.
51.
Daniel Wells really made sure of these, hasn't he? He's not been rushing his shots. He's been giving every shot full focus. Needs the pink now off this red.
Oh, and that was a nervy one. His heart would have been in his mouth for a second there. Caught a lot of that top jaw, just about wriggled in.
I think that's the balance, isn't it? Sometimes you can build a shot up too much. You've got to take care, but you don't want to sort of make it feel like the biggest shot you've ever played. Oh, and he's missed that one. So, well, we're back to this position where a potential respot. Obviously, the black would be needed after the red for Gilbert.
Yeah, it's amazing, isn't it, how as a player you can unintentionally put so much pressure on yourself, put yourself bang under it for no reason. Well, Dave Gilbert still in this frame. He needs red, black and all the colours to tie it. Is he going to be tempted by a double here? No, playing the guaranteed snooker. Yeah, just sort of wafted his hand there as if to say he wanted that red to come away from that side cushion. It's quite a considerable target, this. He's almost got 2-3 balls width to hit this red. Come at it direct or cushion first.
Mitchell Mann did win that frame. He made a 70 break against Lu Haitian, so it's 3-3 there. It's 3-2 Yuan Sijun over Michael Holt. 3-1 at the interval, Steve Maguire and Ian Burns. Yeah, because Gilbert would need the black off the red if he was going to force the respot.
Yeah, he's just taking a second here, Dave. Just weighing up his options. He got the guaranteed pot on the red. Of course, he'd like the black, but the pink is a certainty. And then the snooker on the yellow could be an option. Or does he try and keep the red in play?
Well, this was the red he nearly missed. And then, of course, he did miss the pink. Now, interestingly, because Gilbert has decided to play on the pink, so he's decided to play for the snooker rather than the respot.
7.
Yeah, he took a little bit of a gamble, Dave, but the position of the ball sort of dictated his decision there. It was a guaranteed red-pink. He knew he'd need the one snooker, so looking to try and leave himself the nice angle to just stun that cue ball in behind the brown, send the green down the table. He'd love it to go close to another colour, but the absolute priority here, get that cue ball welded to the back of the brown. That's not a good shot.
They've got what, 9?
It's a chance missed. Realistically, as a player, you feel that if you don't get the snooker on the first attempt, it's a bit of an uphill battle to try and get another. As Dave just missed the boat there. Well, how much does he fancy just trying to float this green dead weight? Get the cue ball in behind the pink. Not sure it's a shot anyone would like to play, really. Trusting an awful lot to the table running true. And it'd be impossible to get distance. But it is big target in behind that pink. He went the other way, tried to use the pink as the stopper for the green and send that cue ball in behind the black. What an attempt that was from David Gilbert. Very close to nailing Daniel Wells.
Yeah, it's going to have to be a good snooker, I think, because, you know, Daniel Wells has learnt the game in South Wales, the old school game, from a young age. He went to school with 2 of the players, Michael White and Jamie Jones, so you know, it's very much that Neath area is very strong for snooker. Well, we'll let you know if he gets the snooker. We'll go back there, but let's go to table 3, where Yuan Sijun leads Michael Holt 3-2. Holt's just had 104 break, 13 points in it. I'll ask the second question now. There's been a significant pause after the first one. This is to win a copy of the WST quiz book. So question 2 of 3 from the book. In terms of the UK Championship, what was the first year the UK Championship was staged at the Barbican in York? So the tournament began in 1977, but what was the first year it was staged in York? There'll be a third question shortly, and then the idea is to send the 3 answers to that address on the screen.
Well, that seemed quite a high tariff shot for Yuan Sijun. The long red, he may have knocked it in had he not have gone deep on the cue ball. That just made the shot so difficult, and worse yet, the red flying through the reds. He's bought what looked like more reds were going to be in play, but they seem to have navigated their way close to side cushions, and similar to a frame we saw between Maguire and Ian Burns pre-interval over on table 2, this frame is not looking great. I think we're going to see a few of these today, Dave, and tomorrow.
Yes, absolutely. We've seen a few already, actually. But anyway, they've played that nicely.
At this stage, they all count. It doesn't matter how you get them on the board. It's just about getting those frames and getting to that magic number 6.
Just to reiterate, the draw will be about this time tomorrow, 3 o'clock. We'll have it live in the studio. And, of course, the top 16 are in one hat. The 16 qualifiers. There'll be a few either-ors by that point, but they'll be in the other hat. And we will find out who's playing who. Judd Trump defending the title. He's in action first afternoon on Saturday, 1 o'clock.
7.
Those first round matches will be so interesting again, similar to the World Championship, of course. The players that have come through the qualifying system will all have at least played 2 matches, so they'll be match sharp and raring to go. And of course, the seeded players coming in, that'll be their first game. The ranking points won't yet be in the bag. They've got to win that. Yes, they get the prize money for being at the Barbican, but have to win their game for the ranking points. So it does add that little different dynamic to the matches. Of course, there's a lot of players that may feel like this is a free hit, really. We've mentioned Liu Haoshan being so far behind in his match to get to Judgment Day. We've still got Jamie Clark in the event as well, playing under amateur status at the minute. Like, what has he got to lose? Going strong, and a match for anyone, of course, has had a couple of good runs at the Barbican. Beat Kyron Wilson a few years ago in the first round there.
Yeah, Jamie Clark plays Show You Long, doesn't he, this evening? And listen, if he qualifies and we don't get tiers, I'll be severely disappointed, because that would be amazing, wouldn't it? You know, he's off the tour, he's got his club, of course, he's playing the Q Tour, but if he were to get back there, that would be incredible for Jamie.
15.
Now, meanwhile, as Michael Holt attempts to make a frame-winning break, this has just happened on table 2. Ian Burns, fantastic red.
1.
And then this black does not go in, so
Ian Burns 1.
Great red to get in, couldn't keep it going. He's 3-1 down, of course, there to Stephen Maguire.
17.
And you might be wondering at home, watching those last 2 shots from Ian Burns, how a player can knock in such a great long red and then miss what seems like a straightforward pot straight afterwards. And I can assure you that that's exactly what Ian will be thinking as well. It's amazing the balls you can miss on a snooker table, and it's amazing the balls you can knock in. Of course, he pots the long red. Looks like a great chance on paper. All of a sudden, if he knocks the black in, it becomes a really good scoring opportunity. 24. So that little added pressure to the black just made it a bigger shot.
$25.
So I can't for a moment imagine that Michael Holt will win the frame at this visit with the position of the Reds, but at the very least he'll have a pretty comfortable lead in the frame, and of course it's the frame that draws him level in this match from 3-1 down. So he's fully in control at the minute.
31.
Yeah, it was a good century, wasn't it, in the last frame? It's only his 6th of the season.
Yeah. Yeah, I can see it on the side.
John Pellew just helping out with the cue ball here. Wonder what that zapper is on the table there. That's not to get Netflix up or anything. That's to operate the arena scoreboard. So here at the qualifiers, the referees, of course, in a TV event, there'd be a separate marker, but they operate the arena scoreboard. That's what John has got there. I bet there's times they want to get Netflix up, but anyway, the concentration. I mean, we talk about the players, but the referees have to be out there for hours concentrating. So the hard work begins now, all the Reds safe, but he's got a good lead. This is Liu Hai-Chan. This is a good game on table 4, 3-3. He was 3-1 up. Mitchell Mann won the last frame.
54.
But this is, he's on a break here of 54, so he's over the line. Of course, he's made 1 century already. He could make
55.
another.
Yeah, and of all the matches in play in this session, this is the one that I thought might have been on the sluggish side. It looked like it could go really close and potentially quite scrappy, but it's actually been quite the opposite. It's been free-flowing, heavy scoring, as you say. Great match this
61.
on table 4.
He must be feeling great after that comeback against Matthew Stevens, 5-1 down. It's almost like it's a kind of you're free-rolling a little bit because you feel... I mean, Matthew must have had chances to win that. So he's sort of the reprieve man here, playing with a lot of freedom. Yeah, he'd only made 3 centuries this season ahead of this match. He's already made 1 in the match and got a chance to make another here.
$70.
Last red clearly key to it.
$76.
Well, not to be, but a good 76 to lead 4-3. Steve Maguire and Ian Burns back after the interval. Maguire at the table here. 3-1 up in the match. 45 up in this frame. Survived that really dramatic match with Chan Bing-yu. Gone midnight the other night. But he's, you know, got such experience. I saw him actually arrive. I saw him drive in. He looks very relaxed. All smiling and joking. 53. But we know when he gets out there, it's war, basically.
Yeah, and it's just starting to look like he's going through the gears now. Stephen Maguire established that lead. It was a very scrappy pre-interval frame. It could have gone either way. It really was nasty business, but as we've already mentioned, it doesn't matter how you get the frames on the board. It's just get them on the board. And post-interval now, hit the
59.
ground running. This is a chance that he definitely is going to take, Stephen Maguire.
60.
That frame we were watching on table 3, Michael Holt looks like he has won it because he built a good lead and he has actually now potted frame ball. Now then, Dave Gilbert
65.
on table 1. Well, he's going into the reds, but it's the cardinal sin. You missed the black.
Dave Gilbert, 20.
66.
So there was a chance to maybe for 4-2, not to beat on that occasion. Maguire, meantime, with this blue to make absolutely sure. So he's 70 in front, 59 on. No coming back from here. And maybe he's just making his move now, using his experience. We've talked about his record in this UK Championship. There's only 5 players who've won more matches in the history of the event. There's only 2, certain O'Sullivan and Hendry, who've made more centuries. So the UK Championship has been a great tournament for him over the years. He misses that one, but the frame is his. He's too far in front. Table 1 then, so Dave Gilbert missed that black, 23 in front, 3-2 in front in the match.
Yeah, and amazingly, from missing that black going into the reds, I mean, look at how they've opened. He somehow didn't leave a red for Daniel Wells to even attempt, so he laid up a good safety shot, got Gilbert welded to the baulk cushion, and Gilbert's responded with a containing shot of his own. But as I say, whoever gets the next chance, it looks like a good one, the way the reds are spread.
Well, I'll ask the final question of this long-running quiz. So we've asked the first 2 already. In fact, I'm going to recap all 3 because there'll be people tuning in saying, well, I wasn't listening to the first 2. So this is to win a copy of the World Snooker Tour quiz book. It's out for Christmas, 2,500 questions. So there's 3 questions, and I'll read them one after another and then send the 3 answers to the address we'll put on the screen shortly. So question 1, what is Ronnie O'Sullivan's middle name? Question 1, what is Ronnie O'Sullivan's middle name? Question 2, what was the first year the UK Championship was staged at the Barbican in York? So the tournament began in 1977, but which year did it first go to the Barbican in York? And question 3, how many times has Stephen Hendry won the UK Championship? How many times has Stephen Hendry won the UK Championship? And the place to send your answers for a standard chance of winning a copy of the book will be on your screen very shortly. There it is, Snooker Club at WST.tv. So Snooker Club at WST.tv, and tonight we will reveal who's won the first book. There'll be another quiz this evening.
And of course, while we're on the topic of Snooker Club, the Snooker Club podcast is out, and this week we had the legendary Rob Walker, of course, Rob with us for the next couple of days. We had Rob on the podcast discussing all things, well, as you'd expect, all manner of things. So head over and check out that. There's some great guests we've had in recent months, wherever you get your podcasts from. Next episode will be out in a fortnight's time. Meanwhile, Daniel Wells still looking to get himself in this frame. This could be a chance. Oh, that's a thunderous long red that he's just pumped in. What a piece of cueing that is from Wellesley. Fantastic strike, and look at where the cue ball has finished. That is a sign of a good strike. It's landed absolutely perfect. Oh, and listen to the sound. There is no better sound in this game than the ball crashing into the back of the leather.
Six.
Just to confirm, Michael Holt did win that 6th frame, so 3-3. Some close matches, aren't there? Obviously, Maguire 4-1 is maybe the one that could be potentially one-sided.
7.
Daniel Wells hoping to level up here. Remember, we'll have all the winners in the studio later on. We'll be hearing from them and maybe hearing about who they would like to draw and like to avoid at the Barbican. Just great to be there, isn't it? I don't suppose it matters really once you get through. They're all tough.
Yeah, I don't think anyone will have preferences, will they? They'll have had 2 matches under their belt and come through this quite savage qualifying system nowadays. So many good players, and you could make a case for everyone nowadays that it be the top 16 players that will have the qualifiers to worry about now, all match sharp and looking to land big scalps.
14.
Does feel like there's been quite a shift really in terms of mindset, particularly towards the top 16 players. We keep mentioning the winners of events this season and the results that keep happening. I don't think the players are that phased by playing the top players anymore. The standard is increasing all the time. That just feels like everyone is up to the challenge.
Yeah, I mean, the kind of era of domination seems to be over. It's going to take someone special to suddenly be doing what the likes of Hendry and Davis did and winning tournaments like this year after year in succession.
Of
course, there's been plenty of Welsh success at the UK Championship. Doug Mountjoy was one of the first winners. In fact, he was in the first final, won it the second year, won it again 10 years after that. I know Daniel knew Doug really well in later life. Terry Griffiths. We had Terry's son Wayne in with us the other day, actually. Of course, sadly passed away, Terry, during the UK Championship last year, but he won it in '82. And of course, later, Mark Williams and Matthew Stevens, both successful from Wales.
And again, similar to the previous frame here, Daniel Wells not being rushed in the slightest. He's making absolutely certain of every pot here.
20.
Giving it 100%. And why wouldn't he? 3-1 down. There was the outside chance, I suppose, that Gilbert could maybe have ran away with this match. Hasn't been the case. Daniel looking to pounce on yet another mistake from Dave. It seems to have been a theme in this match for him. Missed blacks off the spot. Okay, the missed black didn't directly lead to this opportunity, but what came after? Fabulous long red to get himself in. He's got the balls placed perfectly now.
35.
Just one thing to consider now, potting that red that was just on the pink spot. He'll pot this pink and, of course, it will then be respotted back on its own spot. That will just sort of tie it up a fraction. So Daniel's cue ball control will be just tested.
41.
You see the pink now won't pot to that right corner pocket. Can't really get on it to the left middle either, so a little bit of care required here.
Now, it's a bit of a stretch for Daniel Wells. Meantime, Steve Maguire in frame 6, looking to pull away to 5-1, but has missed that black off the spot. So Ian Burns at the table. We'll let you know. We're back there shortly, but Daniel Wells has gone about this in a pretty methodical way, but they're going in, that's the point, and he's now looking, and a good chance to close it out for 3-3. Of course, having got it back on tour, he's up to 41 in the world. He's actually really on the rise, Daniel Wells. And there's other, as we know these days, other sort of spin-offs as well. The Players Series, the cut-off of the World Grand Prix will be after the Scottish Open. So it's after this, the shootout and the Scottish Open. And of course, that's for the top 32 players on the one-year list, not the two-year list, just this season's points. Daniel Wells is 33rd as it stands. So, you know, if he qualified for the Barbican, that's another potential step forward into a massive event out in Hong Kong.
56.
Yeah, and make no mistake, the Grand Prix is on a lot of players' minds this week. There's a few players that really are in the hunt for that place on the plane to Hong Kong, because it's such a big event now, as you say, just to qualify, £10,000, you know, big money. And of course, they're all indirect spin-offs for doing well throughout the season, so there's a lot of incentives nowadays.
Yeah, Louis Heathcote's 34th, isn't he? Tom Ford 35th, Ben Wollaston 36th. They're all in this event. Anyway, Daniel Wells very much in it now because snooker's required here. So looking good for 3-3. And we will come back to this match later on.
68.
Yeah, 3 snookers needed. This is, now we just saw Maguire miss that black, but Ian Burns has just run into a bit of trouble here, but he's got himself out of it with that yellow with the rest. That certainly was not guaranteed. Now, can he continue and pull one back, because he was in danger of being blown away in this match. It's a big visit for Ian Burns.
Yeah, that was a good pot on the yellow. Okay, didn't necessarily have too much to do with the cue ball, but he's got a little bit of work to do with this red. Yeah, and it just felt like that was the shot for me. The yellow was quite a nice shot, just sort of cushion it in, natural angle for the cue ball, but I've got no doubt that in the mind of Ian Burns, he'd have been feeling that was the ball that might see him clinch this frame. At this stage of a match, you just want to be right behind everything. There was a little bit of movement on delivery there. You just saw the head of Ian just lift on delivery.
Well, it's such a big frame, isn't it? We saw Maguire miss the black. We've seen Wells miss the red. So Stephen Maguire back in with another chance for 5-1, and then he's almost home.
Nine.
Well, that was not a good positional shot that Stephen Maguire has played. Under no pressure there to leave the perfect angle on the pink to just drop the cue ball in behind that red. He's landed quite awkwardly.
Just to say, Daniel Wells made a clearance of 102, so we were watching him win that frame, and he went on to make the century. 3-3.
Well, you just will not see a worse positional shot from the previous red that we've just seen from Stephen Maguire. He could have put his cue ball anywhere, and he landed in the one spot where he couldn't get close to the red without taking the scenic route around the table, and look where he's landed. Well, now he needs help, and he isn't going to get it. So another chance for Burnsy, and a little rap of the cue from Maguire. It's arrived finally. Some emotion.
Well, it was a chance, but it's got very edgy now, this. It's such a big frame for both. Of course, Maguire trying to effectively close the door on the match. Burns desperate to stay in it at 4-2. And, well, he's sort of talked himself down from giving the table a right old whack, I think, there. It's all happening, Ken.
Yeah. Well, that's the thing about Judgment Day, isn't it? I mean, it's desperate to get into that draw play a top 16 player in the Barbican. Big frame this. Can he knock it in, Ian? No, a long way away. Didn't really fully commit to it, did he? It was a nervy one. And still, certainly far from easy for Stephen Maguire.
Double kiss. He's starting to get a bit hot under the collar, isn't he? He's a real march back to the seat there.
Yeah, and Ian Bournes will pick up on that, and he's probably saying to himself, come on, if you can just steal this frame, it would certainly wind Stephen Maguire up even more, you know. And he has a chance. I mean, this red does cut, but whether he's going to take it on or not, I'm not quite sure. Yeah, he's took it on, and he's played it nicely through yellow and brown. Needs a bounce, and it's got it. Now, what sort of an angle has he got? He's got a slight angle on the black. It's not ideal, but he's given himself a chance here for a steal. Big frame, big moments in this match.
Remember, he's already won 3 matches. He had a decider with Fang Zhengyi, beat Luca Brissell, former world champion, 6-3 in the last round. So he's played a hell of a lot of snooker already and wants to continue all the way to York. Oh dear. Well, he's got second prize, but it was a nervy miss.
Yeah, it was a very nervy one. He didn't cue that well at all. But he's been lucky. But Maguire will probably just be delighted to be back at the table. And he's got lucky himself. He's got a snooker back. Or maybe you can just see the edge of the yellow. Just a slight edge, yeah. But the only problem about that shot was he could have knocked it into a potable position. But maybe not this time. Too acute angle into that middle pocket. Play a little safety shot. These are big moments. Like if they can turn a match around, and particularly for Ian Bournes' point of view.
Now, while we watch this, this has just happened on table 1. Dave Gilbert and Daniel Wells. Wells at the table. Don't know where to look here. Oh, there you go. I knew a red was going in because we were told, but I had no idea which pocket there until the last moment.
Well, that's one of the flukes of the week, isn't it? Capture it as well on TV. Fantastic. Stephen Hendry used to get them all the time, David, during the 90s.
Let it go, let it go. Well, that was a beauty. Anyway, this is a very tense frame. They continue on the yellow. Maguire 12 in front, but of course, crucially 4-1 in front in the match itself. I think they've actually had a re-rack on that table 1 we were just watching, so yeah, they're setting them up again there. Not because of the fluke, obviously. There was just some sort of stalemate.
was dangerous. You've got to get that object ball safe, no matter what you do with the cue ball. He was concerned about trying to hide the cue ball between the brown and the blue and try and get a snooker. Should have made sure that yellow being safe. It's going to cost them now, Ian Bournes. 24 points ahead. Maguire, just the green. Well, it's just the formality from here. What a big frame, and a chance miss for Ian Bournes. He will rue those couple of chances, and particularly that yellow missed off the spot. And he had a good chance to win the frame.
Yes, and as well, Maguire was getting a bit rattled, wasn't he? But he'll be feeling great now. 5-1, big favourite to become our first qualifier this year.
20 in the frame. Steve Maguire.
So it is 5-1 to Steve Maguire. Let's go to table 3, and this is a much closer affair. Now, Michael Holt was just in. He's snookered Yuan Si-jun. It's 3-3. Holt 29 in front in this frame. And look at the reds here. There's danger here because it's not just hitting one. It's, of course, not leaving one on. And giving Holt the chance he needs to go in front at 4-3. Was 3-1 to Yuan Si-jun at the interval. Well, it's a nice hit. As I say, he's not just making contact. He's not leaving one on. He's managed that. So just to recap the latest scores, 5-1 to Steve Maguire, as we just saw, 3-3 here, of course, 3-3 Dave Gilbert and Daniel Wells, and it's 4-3 Lu Haiqian against Mitchell Mann. So Maguire's well in front, the others are all close. Well, he's given this a lot of thought.
Yeah, I think he was reluctant to take that red off the cushion because there's a possibility of those two reds that was close to the cue ball were a plant. So, but I'm sure, well, not a plant now, but Yuan Si-jun will take this red off, bring all the reds into play now. Just going close to the corner pocket. Wow, what a mistake.
Oh.
Well, that's just very careless from Yuan Si-jun. Should never have been near that corner pocket.
Michael Holt lining this one up. Full-blooded, but not to be. Now, of course, Steve Maguire's a frame from victory. We can just show you the early moments here in frame 7. This is Maguire. What a wonderful part, having won that crunch 6th frame. Just feels like it's going to be very hard to see a comeback. I know we did see one from 5-1 down, Lu Haiqian against Matthew Stevens, but Ian Burns, he had a lot of chances, particularly, of course, at the yellow in that last frame, and it just wasn't to beat.
Yeah, could have had a different complexion on the match. Ian Bournes had won that last frame, but great chance now for Stephen Maguire. He has been playing well this season. Spoke about that Championship League win. semi-finals out in China just a few weeks ago.
7.
Playing with that little bit of air of confidence that was probably he was missing back on the winners rostrum. That certainly helps. He's going to be, if he does qualify, you know, as we spoke about that, Dave, that he's one of those players in the draw that top 16 won't relish. It'll be a tough proposition for any of the top 16 players.
Absolutely. I mean, we'll see who qualifies, of course, but he might be sort of top of that list come Thursday night. The players you want to avoid. Just because he's got the track record there. Can't believe it's 21 years since he won the title, 2004. Completely blew everyone away that year.
Wow. 21 years, I can't believe that myself. Nice angle here when he pots this red. He could disturb a couple more reds here. Well, he tried to hold for the pink.
23.
He might be on the blue, actually. There might be a gap. Just enough to pot this blue. Doesn't have to do much with the cue ball. There's a red over the corner pocket. Just knock the blue in. It's a shot that we certainly practice all the time. Just stun, a small little stun just to the left-hand side of where the blue is now. Lovely, lovely, lovely shot. Didn't play for the red in the corner. He's played for this red into the right centre, but well, right in the middle. It's beautifully cued that.
29.
Yeah, and he's just got that breathing space of the scoreline. You know, if it was 4 each, he might feel a bit more under it, but Steve Maguire, well used to closing matches out like this. If he does win, of course, we'll speak to him. He's never one to sort of big himself up too much, Steve Maguire. I'm sure he'd just be happy to qualify, but, you know, it'd be a big deal to be back in York, a venue he loves and a tournament he's done so well in over the years.
Oh yeah, without a shadow, he's got a lot of good memories from there, and he'd be delighted to be part of it again and being in the draw tomorrow.
Top 36.
Got plenty of loose reds here to play on. The red that's on the pink spot pots into this left corner pocket. He sort of played for the red also into the left centre. So he's got plenty of points available to leave him in the snooker's required stage for his opponent without sort of splitting up the reds in the pack.
Just to say that frame we were watching, Michael Holt won, so for the first time he's ahead against Yuan Shijun, 4-3.
51.
On table 3, still 4-3 Lu Haitian against Mitchell Mann, and Dave Gilbert about to go 4-3 up against Daniel Wells. There's the address if you want to contact us about anything at all.
52.
Well, anything to do with snooker. We can't solve the world's problems, but we can talk you through Judgment Day.
Well, he's got a red in the middle, but I think he'll take this red on up into the green pocket. Back for black. Ian Bournes sits in his chair, and there's a couple of chances that he's had. It's just gone astray. Yeah, nicely played. Perfect on the black. I think we could see the first man into that draw now, David. He just needs black and another couple of these reds just to be entirely safe. Oh, well. That wasn't completely ideal.
67.
One red would put him 68 ahead with 67 remaining. Lovely. Yeah, that'll do.
68.
We'd like to just drop this black in just to have a bit more insurance. We know heroics with this black. Yeah, well played, Steve Maguire. Good performance, this.
75.
Yeah, we consider he did lose the first frame in this match, so he's won 6 in a row. There's some close ones in there.
Yeah, superb stuff from the Scotsman.
Steve Maguire, 75.
Who's surely over the line. Ian Burns is coming back, but it's a long way back from here. Yeah, he loves the tournament. Maguire, he's a winner. He's twice runner-up, 4 times a semi-finalist, 4 times a quarter-finalist. And he's going to be, barring a miraculous recovery, back at the Barbican. And it was such a good break that. He really looked determined there. He looked focused, saw the winning line, and made an absolute dash for it. 3 snookers needed by Burns. Can't blame him for playing on. He came in round 1. But that is that. Great red and typical Maguire. Securing victory in style. The first of 16 qualifiers then confirmed. He won't know who he plays, of course, until the draw's made tomorrow. He won't care either, but there'll be a few seeds. He'll want to avoid this man. He is a form horse in the UK Championship. And Steve Maguire is through to York once again. There was a big 6th frame. Ian Burns, had he won that one, you never know. But once it went 5-1, you fancied Maguire strongly, and he has dominated this 7th frame. A winner by 6 frames to 1. We'll hear from Stephen very shortly, but let's go to table 1, where it's 4-3 to Dave Gilbert. This is a terrific match, actually. A lot of breaks in this one. It's been free-flowing and, of course, most importantly, I guess, close. Daniel Wells made 102 in the 6th frame, and Gilbert replied with 74 in the 7th. So, we have our first qualifier. Let's hear from Steve Maguire. He's talking to Rob.
Well, what a fantastic victory for a player in excellent form. Stephen, Dave Hendon just said there, you will be a nightmare draw tomorrow. None of the big names will fancy taking you on because so often we see your best in York.
Do you remember last year?
Well, listen, come on. You have been fantastic this year. Great run to the final of the Welsh. I know Mark beat you, but you pegged him back to 6 apiece. Championship League at the start of the season, your 7th ranking title. Semis at the International Championship. This has been a good season and a good year.
Oh, it depends how you look at it. I mean, 1 final, 1 semi, and a league trophy. It's not exactly, not lighting the world on fire, I don't think, no.
But it's going back in the right direction, isn't it?
Yeah, no, it is. But all I can take is I'm looking back to York. Have to play better than that. That was just a dogfight. Ian will be disappointed. He had chances there, and I can't believe I won 6-1 there. But we'll go to York and we'll try and forget about what happened last year. 6th
frame hammered him really there, didn't it?
Yeah, I even think the 2nd frame he should have cleared up to go 2-0 up, and I think that hurt him. And then the game sort of just went horrible after that.
Your record in York is quite amazing. Again, Hendo reminded us in commentary, you're third on the all-time century record at the UK, behind Ronnie and Stephen Hendry. At least 12 times you've made the quarters or better, and of course you've won the title. Why is it, do you think, that you have, over the period of 2 decades, had such consistency overall?
Again, it's how you look at it. I mean, I've played in the event for what, 25 years, won it once. It's no, it's no good. I don't think it's a good record. I sort of play better there. Maybe the tables play better because it's December. York's a good place. I've got a good mate down there, looks after us. Joe Moore, I'll give him a wee shout out. He better have my flat ready for in a couple of days. But the tables play good. York's a good place. Coming up to Christmas, you know, maybe I play a little bit better there.
Well, at least you've admitted that. That's good. And lovely opening red in the last to get yourself in.
Yeah, I'd kind of lost the rugby now, to be honest. I just thought 5-1 up, I'll throw my arm at everything now, and hopefully they go in. And I made a nice 70 break.
Will you even bother watching the draw tomorrow, 3 o'clock?
Is that when it is?
3 o'clock tomorrow afternoon.
Yeah. Well, you need to tell me after this how we watch it, but I'll keep an eye out. Aye.
Okay, great. Listen, cannot wait. I know you're playing it down. Cannot wait to see you back in York. Maybe we'll even get a glass of orange juice at some local hostelry somewhere.
Early breakfast.
Yeah, exactly. Great to have you back at the Barbican, Stephen. Well done.
Thanks, Rob. Thanks.
Back to you, Hendo.
Well, David Hendon has taken a little break. Stephen Hallworth joins me, and yeah, interesting little interview with Stephen Maguire there. He's still not happy, and I suppose, yeah, they all look for perfection, don't they? But I think, you know, he's delighted to be in the drawing anyway. I'm sure he will improve and play a lot better, but I'm sure, you know, nobody's going to like to draw him in the first round there, Stephen, for sure.
Well, no, he's an absolute nightmare draw for any of the top 16 players, isn't he? Not less because he's Stephen Maguire and he's a fantastic snooker player, but his record in York is absolutely ridiculous. And as you say, he didn't seem all that pleased there with sort of how it's gone over the years. But yeah, he's a proper player, isn't he, Maguire? And he's going to be a handful for anyone.
Yeah, I think I can understand where he's coming from. You know, when Rob says 12 quarterfinals, I mean, you know, that was not going to rock his boat, is it? But he's got his name on the trophy. And, you know, with the standard of players that you've been playing against over the years, I mean, to get yourself on one of the Triple Crowns is an achievement.
30.
So we go to table 4. Liu Hao Tian holding the lead. 16 points in this frame. Big shot for Mitchell Mann here. Natural angle to get close to that green. If you can just drop this yellow in. Oh, he was a long way away from that, wasn't he?
Mitchell Mann, 13.
Well, this has been a great game on the whole. It's been pretty free-flowing, free-scoring from both standing up to the challenge so far today. I just wonder if now getting towards the real sort of business end of this match, edging towards that magic number 6, whether the nerves will start to show. That yellow that Mitchell's just struck, that looked like a nervy one to me. Understandable as well. You know, these are big matches for all the players. Big game for Mitchell. Had a run to the quarterfinals of the British Open this season, so in general, in good form. So we'll keep you up to date with what happens on 4. Bit
16.
of a battle for that final yellow. Here's table 1, and this as well has been pretty blow for blow between Dave Gilbert and Daniel Wells. Wellesley finds himself nicely in amongst them once again. Dave has shown a couple of signs of frustration, shall we say. He doesn't shy away from showing his emotion out there in the arena. Today has been no different. Daniel Wells is standing up well so far, trying to keep himself in touch.
24.
Yeah, it's been a great battle, isn't it? Out there, really good snooker, good quality. And with already a 44-point lead for Daniel Wells, and the way the Reds are situated, we could see another big break here, and at least should win the frame. More importantly, another player who's been doing quite well this season, been quite consistent, getting a lot of wins under his belt, winning a lot of matches.
Yeah, it's season highlight, no doubt, making the semi-finals of the Xi'an Grand Prix, having made the semi-finals last season in that same event. One thing that he's done very, very well so far today, I feel, is when he's had these chances, he's not overcomplicated it. On paper, it looks like a certainty to take the frame, but it's amazing how quickly you can run out of position. You just drop your guard for a split second, and all of a sudden, you're having to play a recovery shot. David Gilbert will know about that today. He himself has done that. Daniel Wells has made a great job of just keeping these breaks nice and simple.
Yeah, I think I've seen a big improvement in Daniel Wells' game, and particularly in his cue ball control.
40.
You know, he's keeping a good rein on that cue ball.
41.
Good positional play. And I think that's really where he has improved this season. That's where the breaks are coming from, and that's where he's finding that consistency. That was the important one. Should
48.
might go up for blue here, and then he's got, well, plenty of reds to play for. But yeah, good break
49.
here from Daniel Wells.
Now, we told you we'd keep you up to date with what was happening on table 4. Mitchell won the battle on the final yellow and dropped the green in as well. So he's got blue, pink and black waiting. So it's these frames, the ones that go really close, that make the biggest difference in these matches. Can he just hold himself together for the final 2 pots to take us back level at 4 each? So good strike on the pink, but he's just let that cue ball run on. Now, from what should have been an unmissable black from right behind it, there's just an element of difficulty now to this. Big, big shot. Oh, and it made such a difference, didn't it? My goodness me. There was no way that he should have been that low on that black. It was a bit of a miss hit from the pink. Nervy one, Ken.
Yeah, and I was just surprised the way he played it. I mean, he played it with stun, and you got more chance of missing it that way. Why didn't he just try and drop it in dead weight? Just, it's a lot easier for your cue action if you play it just with top spin. But he played it with a bit of nervousness, and he sort of lost his cue action on it now. He certainly hasn't left an easy one, but he might take this on, Liu Haotian.
Oh, and where's this cue ball going? Oh, he's okay. His heart would have been in his mouth for a second there, seeing that drift dangerously close to that corner pocket. Well, not for the first time this week. We've seen a frame go down to the final black, and what a massive frame this has become for both. Mitchell wants to keep Liu Haotian away from 5 for as long as he can. And that is not a good safety shot from Mitchell. So, having just had the chance to pop the final black, I agree with you, Ken. It almost felt like he bailed out on that final black, playing it the way he did. The chance now falls to Liu Haotian. And he steps up, and there's no issues whatsoever. So a big frame in the end. It should have been Mitchell Mann's, and it should have been 4 each, but it's 5-3. And Liu Haotian now 1 frame away from a place at the Barbican.
17.
Well, Michael Holt has really turned this match on its head. Played really well since the interval. Great chance to go 5-3 up here. Yeah, he's okay. He's got a red into the left centre. A little bit low with the cue ball, but he's got a nice angle to
24.
still hold for the black. He's got a red that you can play up for blue or ball colour as well.
$25.
Yeah, judged nicely.
He's done really well here, Michael Holt, from 3-1 down. It's been a great response post-interval.
30.
Similar to performance of Stephen Maguire earlier on, just feels like he's starting to go through the gears now. His
51.
level has increased. He's looking slightly more brisk around the table. Of course, enjoyed a great run to the quarterfinals last year at the Barbican.
38.
Wants to get back there.
$39.
And of course, it's a big season for Michael Holt. He's around that cut-off, that 64 mark in the rankings. Doesn't have the protection of being on the first year of his tour card now. It's all about results this season. Oh, as that black just wipes its feet on the way in. So this red is frame ball.
46. $47.
Yeah, he'd be absolutely delighted with his performance now in the second half of the match. One frame away for a place in that draw tomorrow. For a second successive year.
51. $52. $59. $60.
Enough on for a century break as well. Made his 250th career century earlier on in this match.
$67.
I'd like to get a little angle on the black here. Oh, has he gone
68.
too far? No, he might be okay. Not quite sure whether that red pot's just beneath the pink. If not, you can try and split it up from the pink. He tried to. He missed it. But he's won the frame, and it's been a wonderful performance, as I said, in this second half from Michael Holt. He's in the driving seat.
Foul. Michael Holt, 75. 7. YC John.
Yeah, great break that from Holt. He puts himself one away from a place at the Barbican. Back to table one, locked at 4 apiece. Now this game is really intriguing. It's been blow for blow, really. There's been a couple of points where you thought maybe that's a big moment in the match. Maybe the other is going to pull away. There's nothing to separate them just yet. Dave Gilbert with what looks to be a good scoring chance. Okay, the black is out of play, but pink and blue available.
struck that wonderfully well. He does have a
9.
glorious cue action, Dave Gilbert. When he strikes the ball, he really does get some action on it. Nice and smooth on the backswing.
10.
Very little effort. Yeah, good. Well, wonderful chance here. Just the pink doesn't pot into the left corner. He's coming around to maybe have a look at that, but it doesn't go. He's going to have to get rid of that red that's blocking the pathway of the pink, because that would certainly open things up. There you see from that angle. So get rid of that red off the corner pocket, and then that will certainly help his cause immensely.
When you look at the players and how they break build, you look at a situation like this, as you just mentioned, Ken, and yes, the reds look nice, but it's the way in which you remove the balls to open up the frame completely as quickly as possible, looking to identify those problem balls in play. As you said, that red by this left corner is a problem for Dave. That then frees up the pink, and he wants those high value colours in play as quickly as possible. That makes scoring so much faster, so much easier.
Yeah, you got to leave yourself options, don't you? Unfortunately for Dave, he's left this red almost straight. He needed a bit more of an angle, so he could just come off the top cushion, back up for blue or pink. He's in a bit of a conundrum here.
Yeah, he's desperate to take that red to left corner, but might just have to buy himself a few shots. Just take his medicine. As we quickly dip in over on table 3 again, we just saw that great contribution from Michael Holt to put himself within one of a place in the draw at the Barbican. He's got himself nicely in that frame. We'll keep you across that frame as it unfolds while we just see how Dave Gilbert goes about this little contribution. So he's one or two good positional shots away now, Dave Gilbert, from making this a great scoring chance. He's just slowly unlocking this puzzle. It's been good to see him just sort of rein his emotions in here. Hasn't rushed into anything. He's fully committed to his decisions. And with that crisp strike, once again, finds himself in prime position.
Yeah, and that was the key, wasn't it? That previous red, it just opened the pathway for this pink. It just makes this break now so much easier for himself. Play for the red over the middle pocket and back in prime position here.
28.
Well, we said we'd keep you posted on the Michael Holt contribution, and this is what's just happened. Got himself nicely on that black to play the big split, the big shot that was going to open all the balls to potentially create a match-winning chance, but he's missed the black. as a player, when you convert a chance like this, you arguably take more from it than if you was to just make a century break that was just plain sailing from the start. The way that you have to work out the table and unlock the puzzle. Of course, there's no one better than Ronnie O'Sullivan when he's in a position like this and the table looks messy. Maybe don't fancy them to score many at all, and all of a sudden everything's in play. All about cue ball control and, as Ken mentioned, leaving yourself options. Great chance now this for Dave.
Yeah, it was like a little puzzle, wasn't it, that he just had to work out. But once he did, then it was all pretty easy. And it's been a good break, this. Dave Gilbert was taking these nicely.
Yeah, and he's taking a lot of care, isn't he, Dave? He's making absolutely certain that he knows exactly where he wants to leave his cue ball. Just making every shot as easy as possible. There's been a few moments, particularly early on in this match, where he ran out of position very cheaply. There was a couple of very basic mistakes that he made when he was nicely in amongst them, and that in turn gifted good opportunities to Daniel Wells, who took them well. Every credit to Dave's temperament, I think, so far today. The fact he's kept himself in this match. And now looking to press home. So this red is frame ball, and he'll want one more colour just to keep Wellesley in his seat.
64.
It's been a great visit to the table from Dave Gilbert. He'll take a lot from this break because he really had to solve the problem. And now no way back for Daniel Wells. So Dave Gilbert, one away from a place in the Barbican as we rejoin the Michael Holt, Yuan Si Jun. This is a big frame, obviously, for Michael Holt, but there's been a few mistakes that have crept in to Yuan Si Jun. Left a red over the middle pocket. Holty played a great positional shot to land on the pink to the middle as well. And now already nicely in front in this frame, the frame that's going to take him to the Barbican. This is a great chance.
11.
Ken has vacated to make way for David Hendon again. And Dave, it feels like a big moment this for Holty, doesn't it? It's been a strange season in terms of results, and this could be a big boost that he needs.
Yeah, absolutely, Steve. You go back just a few days, 5-3 down to Ian Evans. The decider was turmoil for both. I think a real long grinding frame. He managed to dig himself out. And now
12.
It's just about controlling the emotions, isn't it? You know, in the club, he'd win the frame all day long here, but it's just about keeping calm for the next few minutes. And it'd be a massive moment to turn his whole season around, really. The result, the run he's been looking for. And of course, it happened for him last year. So he's got great memories going back to York if he can close this out.
17.
And actually, on the whole, it's been a very, very impressive performance, this, particularly post-interval from Michael Holt. You know, 3-1 down, he won't have been feeling good at the interval, I can assure you of that. I dread to think some of the things he might have been saying to himself, but whatever he said to himself, it certainly worked because he's been brilliant after.
Well, it's a bit of a test of this, isn't it? 49 in front.
23.
red safe-ish near the right side cushion, but this is such a big shot now.
Just got to trust your technique. Just try and find as central to the cue ball as possible. Give it everything. Great pot.
24.
Just to say, it's a terrific match on table one. It's just gone 5-4, Dave Gilbert over Daniel Wells. Some heavy score in that, and of course we'll be across that. 5-3 still Liu Haitian against Mitchell Mann, but we're going to stay with this for now to see if Holt can get it won.
Well, where's this cue ball going? He was up pretty quickly. Didn't quite get into the white as he intended there. Just need a little bit more zip on it to find a different angle in and out of balk. I'm not sure he's on anything here. A shake of the head, but 55 points in front. A commanding lead, really, and just look to chip a red to the side cushion here. Just try and lock down this frame as best he can now.
We'll be back here in a moment, but let's see, because Mitchell Mann on table 4 is not far away. In fact, a couple of balls here from pulling back to 5-4 against Liu Haitian. He needs another red.
And this feels like a massive uphill battle for Mitchell after missing the final black in the previous frame to draw level at 4 each. You've got to psychologically pick yourself up off the floor, and this has been a great response, all things considered.
Just make sure of this one. Well, he's given this everything, quite rightly. It's frame ball to pull back to 5-4. And in it goes. So he's done well, and he's still in the match. Now then, just while we left you, this has just happened. Oh, he can't make this up. Look where the pink's gone.
Oh.
It's not a disaster, is it? Because he's not left a red on, and he can still win the frame.
Of course, these points all vital for Michael Holt. The 6 greatly received, and putting Yuan Si-jun back into bat. His shot choice here, surely to try and send that red into the reds, bring them into play, try and get a good cue ball. Needs to trust a little bit to luck that he doesn't push a red over a pocket. Oh, where's that red going to finish? Well, it's close to the middle. Now, can Michael get past this yellow? If he can, he's got a pretty routine match ball. And in it goes. Brilliant, brilliant performance from Michael Holt. Well, my goodness me, he'll be absolutely relieved that he's come through this qualifying process. As we've said, the results this season have been few and far between. He's locked himself in his practice room for the past fortnight, and it looks to have paid off.
Yeah, and he's proven, isn't he, again, what a quality player he is. You know, he's just been in a bit of a slump, but he's managed to pull himself out of it this week. He's making sure this brown. So 2 snookers needed, and he's going to be on this red just about.
5.
So that should be it. And in fact, Yuan Sijun comes
Think
forward
it's
to
easy,
shake
fair
hands.
enough.
So he was 3-1 down at the interval, but Michael Holt, there's the clenched fists, and you can understand it. It's been a hard-fought 3 matches here for him, but he will be in York. He's our second qualifier. He's beaten Yuan Sijun 6-3. We'll hear from him shortly. In the meantime, this is the early stages of frame 10 on table 1. 5-4. It's been quite a heavy scoring match, this, between Dave Gilbert and Daniel Wells. Gilbert's had breaks of 64-50, 74-90, and Wells 75-62, albeit in a frame he lost on the black, 52, 102 and 106. So Daniel Wells 2 centuries, but he finds himself 5-4 down. To confirm, Mitchell Mann, of course, won that frame, so 5-4 to Lu Haitian. So just 2 matches left on in this session. Are we going to get 2 deciders? Dave Gilbert hopes not, and he's in first with a long red there. So first chance for Gilbert in this frame. He needs to put himself through to the Barbican. Of course, for the British players in particular, the sort of older British players, they've all grown up watching the UK Championship. It's always a real fixture of the snooker year, you know, rightly considered a historic major. So everyone wants to be there, including, of course, Michael Holt, and he is there. He was a quarter-finalist last year. Holt is back this year, and he's talking now to Rob.
Tell you what, Hendo, Holty is back with a bang. 3-1 and 5-3 down against Rhiannon Evans. It's good night, Vienna, and memories of the quarterfinals sink into the past, but no longer. What a recovery there from 3-1 down.
Yeah, I'm really pleased. I felt like I felt the stronger of the two, actually, even before the interval. Just a few rubs there and there. You know, it's not luck. It's just the way the game is at times. It just don't go for you, and it didn't. So I still felt I could win at 3-1 down. But you've still got to pot the balls when I got the chance, and I was pretty good there towards the end. I don't think I missed anything really. Ran out of position a couple of times, but yeah, I'm pleased.
And Stephen Hallworth was making a good point that it hasn't been a great season for you. So there was 2 weeks of serious focus and preparation locked in your practice room, getting ready for this week.
Absolutely. The season's gone the same as last year. I was all chipper, got back on the tour last year, dead chipper. Oh, I'm going to play for so well, blah, blah, and I was useless. And then it came to the UK Championship, funny enough, and I had a decent run there. And then the same things happen this season. I get all chipper and looking forward to it. And then I play. I've won matches. I'm going to win matches, but I've been useless, basically, until this point. So I did say to myself, I need to do something to break this thing. And I've been playing. Look, Steve Davis always tells me, don't matter what you do in practice. But my game is there. But again, I've been just nervy. If I'm nervous, if I bottle it, I'm useless. But if I don't bottle it, I'm a good player.
And there were times you didn't bottle it last year. It was a great run because it was your first quarter-final in 25 years because you got there in 99 and you played on that Friday night against Kyron. But think about those wins along the way to that quarter-final. 6-1 against Gary Wilson, then you came back from, 5-2 down against Jack Jones. I think I commentated on that when it went late into the night. You showed some real character in York last year.
Yeah, because the first time I was only 4-year-old. It was obviously I did show some character. I don't think I played that well last year, funnily enough. I just felt like I was battling and I did get myself out of trouble a few times, obviously against Jack. But I mean, you just got to keep fighting out there. And my attitude's been really good, even though I was 5-3 down. My attitude was great at 5-3 down in the first match. Straight past Rhiannon, I was lucky really. And then obviously the last 2 matches I've played decent, and it's just nice to play all right and not be embarrassed out there. Because that's generally, I spend my time being embarrassed.
Well, you certainly won't be embarrassed when you walk down the stairs at the Barbican. You'll get a great reception. Any interest in the draw? It's 3:00 right here tomorrow afternoon, by the way. Will you be watching or will you wait for someone to text you?
I'll probably be coaching. What time is it?
3:00.
I'll be coaching.
Right.
I've got a few coaching sessions booked in. Book yourself in. So
01702. Sorry.
Yeah. Right, so I'll be. I'll probably be coaching at that time, so I'm sure I'll get a text. I don't care. I mean, listen, if you miss balls, they're all brilliant.
Well, listen, you've got to be in it to win it.
Absolutely,
and it's great. It is brilliant to have you in the draw, even though you won't see it. We'll be doing it live. So we've got Mags in the draw tomorrow afternoon, and we've got the Hitman, last year's quarter finalist. 2 more to go this afternoon.
Yes, congratulations to Michael Holt, and good luck to him in York. So we've got 2 matches still going. 5-4 here to Dave Gilbert over Daniel Wells, and it's 5-4 Lu Haitian against Mitchell Mann. Nothing potted in that one. You can just see them in the background there, but we're going to stay on table 1 for now. I can't believe... I mean, we're going to get deciders at some point, aren't we? Whether it's in this session or later tonight, but it's going to happen, guaranteed.
Yeah, the way this match has gone, actually, you probably fancy it to go the distance. Of course, Dave will be desperate for it to not. But it's been blow for blow, really. It's been a great game for the neutral. There's been mistakes from both. There's been brilliance from both. Dave Gilbert just starting to show his class. He's kept his emotions on the whole in check today, which for me was a massive factor. And now gets his chance. Thought for a split second there that cue ball had ran on and he might not have been on that red to left corner. Holds his hand up because he could just squeeze through.
But despite the apology, he didn't pot the black. He may have got away with this, but I suppose Wells will be happy to see the black stay out. And also, of course, a couple of matches over, so there's more focus on these guys now, less noise in the arena, just adding to the pressure, but very disappointed to miss that.
Yeah, and it really is criminal at this level in particular, at any level really, to miss a black off the spot. Clearly his intentions and his focus there was on the cue ball going into the reds. Just dropped his guard and completely disregarded the fact he had to knock the black in. Now, what's the damage? I think he can get through to this red to middle, Daniel. But for the second cannon to the cue ball from the black, I don't think he would have been on anything. So Daniel Wells breathes again in this game.
Well, as I said earlier, he's had 2 centuries, so he's played well. But it's doing that, of course, when we get right down to the wire in these matches. Both won deciders, of course, in the last round. Wells against Robert Milkins, Gilbert against Ulian Boyko. This is the furthest Wells has ever been in the UK Championship. Previous best last 64. This is the last 48 round. Dave Gilbert, a couple of last 16s, 3 in fact, including last year. Lost to Hawkins in a bit of a heartbreaker.
What?
Well, would you believe it?
Yeah.
It's been a tale of missed blacks this game. You'll not see more missed blacks from both players than we've seen in this game. And there's another one, and didn't really get anywhere near the pot there, Daniel Wells.
Well, we'll see if he comes through or not. But if he does, there's a slight pattern already, isn't there? You know, experience is telling. Maguire, 44 years of age, former champion. Holt, 47 years of age. Quarter-finalist last year. Dave Gilbert here's 44. something to be said for that maybe, although that's not great really.
Hit.
No, that was a nightmare of a shot from Dave Gilbert. Anything but the cannon to the pink, and he would have been on something at least easier than what he's on now. Isn't it amazing how quickly the breaks can just unfold? Just lose that cue ball for a split second and all of a sudden you've got the tackle out and you're having to take a red on a thin clip. No real control of the cue ball. Can he avoid the reds or is he going into them? Well, he could avoid them, and that's a good pot.
9.
He needs one more good shot here, Dave Gilbert, to get himself nicely back in prime position. And worse yet for Daniel Wells, with every ball he knocks in, the hope of getting back into this frame and with it the match slowly starting to fade because the 3 reds that are tied up are much to Dave Gilbert's advantage. And there is another wonderful piece of ball striking. He's hit it too well, in fact.
11.
Yeah, it was so sweetly cued, a little bit too much. Just one ball potted in the frame 10 between Lu Haitian and Mitchell Mann. 5-4 there to Lu Haitian. By the way, there are some Chinese players who don't speak English, but we will be interviewing them if they qualify. We've got someone to translate. It's just about okay. He was sort of willing that to run on, but I like the way he played that because he just took a step back, didn't he? You know, he wasn't ideal on it, but he's just focusing here. You can see it's always a battle, isn't it, with the emotions as much as actually the table. The two go together at the highest level. And Dave Gilbert, you know, at times has fallen foul of that, but right now he's just trying to call on that experience I was talking about and stay cool here.
Yeah, and it might be wise to just have a little check of the scoreboard. The last 2 reds he's potted, he's had to go up for baulk colours, so he's just losing points there. And of course these 3-4 reds, sorry, by the black, ideally he'll want to take them with blacks, therefore maximising the points he gets on his tally with those 3 reds being safe. Doesn't want to get to the point where he himself needs to pot one of those safe reds, so this is quite a key positional shot too. Get nice on a red to play for a high value colour.
$15.
So 23 in front. He's got a maximum of 32 points with those 4 reds with blacks. So that'll be 55 in front with 51 remaining with the 3 reds safe. That's if he takes black, so he's got a couple of points to play with here. A couple of pinks, maybe a blue. But he'll be wanting
60.
blacks after this.
It's a real adventure, this break, isn't it? It feels like it should be more than it is, actually. He's been at the table a while trying to just get into absolutely ideal position.
Yeah, that feels like that could be the match-winning shot. That was nicely played. He had the perfect angle there. Nothing to do with the cue ball, just pushed the cue through. Played it to perfection. He split the reds, and they're perfectly placed now. No reason to stray afar and go up for pink, blue, or anything else. He can keep himself on this black. Nice tight control of his cue ball.
Well, it's a similar story, really, to Michael Holt. It's not been a great season for Dave Gilbert. He got to the last 32 out in Wuhan, but, you know, he's a much better player than that. That's the best run he's had in a ranking event this season. So that's the stage he will reach if he wins this match of the UK Championship, and a chance to go further, get the big money, the big points. Daniel Wells has played terrifically well here. He's had 2 centuries. It always looked a tough match to call, but right now he needs something to go badly wrong for Gilbert in the next minute or so. And it doesn't look likely now. He just checks the scoreboard, 46 in front. So another red and a black 54, red and a pink 53. Either way, Wells will need a snooker. Only one, mind.
49.
Applause from the crowd, recognising snookers are required.
Yeah, and he left himself the double. Outside chance to just put this game to bed here and now. If this disappears, he's through. Got nowhere near in the end. It was quite a hefty misjudgment. So Wellesley will come back to the table. As you say, just needs the one snooker.
Well, a hell of a red. He needs the black in, of course. So this is do or die stuff. If he doesn't pot the black in, he's 3 snookers, but what a pot. And the black goes in, so he's still in this, just about.
Yeah, it really was a good pot on the black, because it was a tough shot from underneath the side rail, particularly after such a great opening red. So he keeps his hopes somewhat alive, albeit still an uphill battle this for Daniel Wells. He's fighting on.
Well, a chance to put it away once and for all. Been a good match this. As I say, Wells has played good stuff himself, 2 centuries, but can Gilbert knock this red in, which you feel should close the door on things? No, he can't. If only it was that simple. But snooker rarely is.
Yeah, and he's got a free chance now, Daniel, to pot this red, get the black with it as well, and take us down to a battle on the final red.
One.
Well, again, imperative. Most imperative he pots this black. Just to say, on table 4, Lu Haitian is at the table. He's 7 points in front, plenty of reds on. We will keep across that. Of course, he's 5-4 up as well.
Yeah, it's quite a big target behind that yellow and brown. The fact the brown is off the spot just makes it a bigger chance for Daniel to try and get some coverage behind them. Hasn't managed to do that there. Dave just absolutely desperate to slot this final red home.
Yeah, I mean, we talk about frame ball and match ball, but of course, all that really means is it's just mathematical that the other player needs snookers. There's no law against getting them, and at the moment, it's only one needed successfully. So it's that position where he's sort of got 1 foot and a couple of toes in the main draw, but he's not quite there yet. And then you start to think, you know, some unlucky and off or some horrible fluke snooker could play its part.
Well, it's close as to whether he can clip this red in. I think it's one of them that, had it not have been match ball and needing just the one snooker, he might have gone for it, Dave, but couldn't really risk missing the red completely, so played the percentage shot. Can't blame him for that.
Now, we want to make sure we're across all the action. So this is table 4, Lu Haitian at the table, 18 in front, with a good chance to get it won against Mitchell Mann. Gilbert, I think, not quite snookered. Meanwhile, so we're right down to the wire now. The last 2 matches, possibly the last 2 frames of this first Judgment Day session. I mean, we keep saying the same thing in a way, but Lu Haitian, a relatively quiet season. Not everyone can be in finals, can they? Although it seems this season they have been, actually. But he's been in the quarterfinals of the Zhang Grand Prix. Mitchell Mann was the quarterfinalist in the British Open. It's been, again, quite high quality this. Lu Haitian breaks of 80, 904, 76. Mann, 67, 66, 70, 69. So it's been high scoring.
So he's just looking for 2 more reds with high value colours. The reds are there waiting. Just one good positional shot required now. Doesn't want to be straight on this blue. Well, he is straight, so he's having to take the more difficult pink. He's saying to himself, one good piece of cueing. Oh, and he was nowhere near it. That was a nervy one. And how did that come about?
Meanwhile, Daniel Wells has missed the red completely. So now he needs a couple of snookers. It's all happening. So that's just a bit of breathing space for Dave Gilbert. And he's at a free ball as well. They're just checking it.
Yeah.
Just checking the free ball here. Leo Scullion, the referee. If he can't hit both sides, then it's a free ball. But it sounds like Dave said it's not.
Thanks.
Save Leo the bother of making the decision there. But he'd be happy enough to get the extra 4 points, of course. Well, it's one way to get it, I suppose. But of course, it's the other guy that needs them. So Daniel Wells' hopes are now very much receding.
Yeah, and it's not an easy escape, really. The red being close to the yellow. Got to be pretty accurate here. Leo Scullion will be right on top of this. And he's hit the yellow, so the handshake may come.
Can't quite bring himself to concede, but surely... I mean, when the red's on, the chance of the free ball, but that's why Gilbert will be so determined now to put this away. If this goes in, that's it, for sure. And in it goes, and Dave Gilbert will be at the Barbican, our third qualifier. And all the pressure lifts and he can just enjoy these moments.
4. 6. Nine.
Daniel Wells had played well, but it just wasn't to be in the end.
13. 18.
Dave Gilbert, our third qualifier for the UK Championship. He's beaten Daniel Wells 6-4. Now then, Mitchell Mann. We saw Lou Haichian miss the pink. Mitchell Mann is on the green, 6 behind. Not straightforward, Stephen, this by any means.
No. How do you fancy that brown down the rail?
29.
I mean, it was starting to feel like do or die for Mitchell Mann. There was a big frame earlier on when he had the final black to level things up at 4 each. Couldn't take it. And has been clinging on since. This is such a tough shot if he's going to play the pot.
Mitchell Mann, 29.
Well, the fact he was trying to get his cue ball back out for the blue, had to inject that little bit of pace. You cannot afford to catch any part of the near jaw. They're just not going to go in.
No, fair play to Mitchell Mann for going for it. This isn't in yet, though. There's a bit of movement in the background as well, I think, but in it goes. But of course, still going to need this blue and the pink as well. So there's a bit of mileage in this yet, you feel.
Yeah, it was a bit of a nothing shot that he's played there, actually. OK, he's taken the brown off the table, but he's now got to play an even better shot on this blue to get it safe.
Double kiss. Hang on, where's the white? Is it in? Oh, catastrophe.
Lou Haichian 4. Mitchell Mann 5.
Oh, what a difference that's made, because if he can play one good positional shot here, Mitchell Mann, He just needs to get right in behind that pink. Nothing to do with it, just drop it down the cushion. Now, can he just nip into this cue ball? Can he get there? Just try and screw down the right side of this table. Anywhere on this side cushion will be okay. Oh, this is a little nippy, nervy one. Oh, he's played it really well. He's played it really about as well as he could have done from where he was. So what a turnaround this could be. This pink down the rail to take us the distance.
Amazing drama. Can he just roll this pink in for our first decider of Judgment Day? Yes, he can. Real drama. Liu Haitian made all the running in that frame. The in-off on the blue ultimately cost him. Mitchell Mann held his nerve. 5-5. The decider very soon. Let's hear, though, from our latest winner, Dave Gilbert.
Tomorrow.
Okay.
Well, Dave Gilbert's just asked me about the draw, and he's going to be in it 3 o'clock tomorrow afternoon. Dave, that was a really high-quality match. You know, Dan Wells had 2 centuries and 3 half-centuries, and he's come out of that match a 6-4 loser. You must be over the moon.
Yeah, I'm delighted to get through and have a go at the Barbican, you know. Dan gave me a good hiding in China not so long ago. I fully expected him to win. I think he probably even played better than me today, so it's nice to get a win.
Does it feel like things are maybe clicking into gear?
No, not at all. I hardly play now, you know. I've hardly played since Saudi, which was months ago, so Andy, the caddy, tried to get me to practice for a week, and literally I've just hit a few balls for a week and turned up here, and I've managed to get through anyway, you know. I'm a bit of a numpty now, but we'll see what happens.
Well, I wouldn't say that, judging by that excellent win. Is it the fact that have you fallen out of love with snooker, or is it the fact that you're so busy with the club?
I think it's a bit of everything, you know. I let myself get so far away from playing snooker and a good routine, you know. I just struggle to play sometimes. That's it.
And I remember commentating on your match against Barry Hawkins last year. You were within not quite within a whisker, but it wasn't far away. You could see the quarterfinals last year, couldn't you?
Yeah, it's a match, another match I lost that I shouldn't have. That's just another one added to the list, really. But it was a decent game.
It was, and you gave a good account of yourself at the Barbican last year. Do you care who comes out the other side of the draw at 3 o'clock tomorrow afternoon?
Hey, listen, I don't want Ronnie. Why would you? Anybody says that's daft. I don't want the Jester either, because he looks like he's on top form again. And yeah, I'll just say it how it is. I'd like to miss them too. But my game's that up and down. It doesn't really matter who I play, to be honest with you.
But bearing in mind that Andy got you back practicing or doing a bit here and there for the last week, and you've made it through Judgment Day into the main draw for the Barbican, does it give you a little bit of confidence? Do you think, okay, do you know what? If I can park some of the other commitments and commit to snooker for the next couple of months, maybe I can have a tidy second half of the season post-Christmas.
I just find it so hard to concentrate nowadays. I don't know if it's my age or just I've been doing different things away from snooker. You know, I don't know what it is. I'm like a gnat. You know, I'm all right for a frame and a half, and then I'm just missing in my own brain. You know, that's the difficult thing for me.
Well, let's hope that you keep it together at the Barbican. It will be a delight to introduce you down the stairs in York. Well done, Dave. See who you get in the draw tomorrow. One match still to go. And what about that, Hendo? It's gone all the way. Bye-bye, Dave. Hello, this last match.
Yeah, we're just getting underway in the decider. Mitchell Mann, after that real drama at the end of frame 10, immediately going for one. Now, the in-off may not be the worst result there, actually. So, yeah, we knew we were going to get deciders, and we've got one. Full-blooded attempt. As I say, the white going in might not be the worst place. They played twice before, one each in terms of... Sorry, I should say it's 2-0 to Mitchell Mann. One of them was in a decider, for what it's worth. But anyway, it's all on the line now, isn't it? One more frame for both to get to the final stages. Of course, Liu Haitian came through a decider from 5-1 down against Matthew Stevens in the last round.
Oh, he's played a good safety shot. Found a nice line with the cue ball. The blue is cutting off the left side of the reds for Mitchell. The green is obstructing him somewhat down the right side, so a little bit of a head scratcher. May just have to dump this cue ball on this top cushion. He's done very well here, Mitchell Mann, to even still be in this game. It was a big mistake. The missed pink from Liu Haoshan in the previous frame. Shouldn't have even been playing the pink, really. Played up for the blue, landed straight. Of course, now no other games in play, so they've got the arena to themselves.
Yeah, all eyes on them. Liu Haitian did reach the last 16 in 2017 in York, and Mitchell Mann's best last 32 2016. That's the round he's trying to get to here. Did look pretty cool there, Mitchell Mann, at the end of that frame. I know he missed the brown initially, but it was a hard shot along the rail, and then good blue to land on the pink, and the pink still had to be potted, and in it went.
So he's had control of this table for the last few shots, Liu Haoshan. Played some pretty decent safeties, getting that cue ball into areas of the balk where Mitchell doesn't really have a return. Took the chance there to lift the red away from the black, so that's completely opened up this business end. Mitchell looking to just nestle into the reds. Just wants to be careful. There is reds available to left corner. And he's done okay, that's fine.
Well, it already feels like it's going to be one of those nervy deciders. Obviously a bit of a stalemate developing early on here. You can understand neither player wanting to sort of take an extravagant risk. Why would you at 5 each, final qualifying round? While we watch, there's some big matches tonight, of course. 4 more. Stuart Bingham against Scott Donaldson, Show You Long against Jamie Clark, Elliot Slesser against Zach Surety, Joe O'Connor against Ben Williston. Mitchell Mann beat Yuan Jiahao in the second round, but of course the big win was in the third round against Chris Wakelin 6-3. Chris 17 in the world. Highest ranked player Wakelin in the qualifying. And would have been, I think, quite a big favourite there, but as I've said before, it doesn't matter. It's about what happens on the day.
Yeah, It's been a bit of a disaster, hasn't it, for Chris Wakelin? Just a couple of weeks ago, he was a seed in York, and Wu Yi's are winning the big event out in China. That pushed him down a place, which meant he had to come here to qualify. Didn't get through. It was a big shock, you're right. He was a massive favourite against Mitchell Mann. There's no beating around the bush there. He's become a top player now, Chris Wakelin. That was a great win for Mitchell. A real confidence booster. Well, he's been very fortunate there. Playing the thin edge safety, trying to avoid that red by this right corner pocket. Caught it, that could have been disastrous. But as it happens, look at where the cue ball has come to rest. Now Mitchell's in trouble. Needs to play a good return. Needs to be careful of the reds as well. Doesn't want to push anything over a corner pocket. Just had a good look to see if there's any plants that maybe can be made. I don't think there is. There's two reds that are set close to one another right in amongst the pack, but if they're not an absolute certainty, there's no way that he'll be playing anything rash at this stage.
Pockets always seem to feel smaller in a decider. So he's had a go there, but can Mitchell Mann now get in amongst them? He must be feeling good after that last frame, but he's got it all to do again here.
Well, I don't think anyone will be feeling good in a deciding frame for a place at the Barbican. They'll be full of nerves, there's no doubt about it. Just about holding yourself together. Just try and get yourself into a good position first and foremost. Really wanted his hand on table here, but has this red with the rest. Oh, and just about wriggled in. Oh, he's managed to follow the cue ball through. An absolute disaster for Mitchell Mann. He's potted the red in the left side of the pocket as he was looking at the shot, which straightened up the cue ball. Oh, what a time for that to happen. The second time in this deciding frame that he's potted the cue ball, but this one could be very costly.
Yeah, I mean, of all the places for there to be a red right next to the brown.
Yeah, he wasn't dead straight on that red, and that'll be the disappointing thing for Mitchell. He did have a hair of angle, but because he potted the red in the wrong side of the pocket, it sent the cue ball on a slightly different course. What a nightmare. What a time for that to happen.
If you're just joining us for the first time today, maybe coming in from work, of course this is the first of 4 Judgment Day sessions, final qualifying round of the UK Championship, and we've had 3 winners so far, Stephen Maguire, Michael Holt and David Gilbert. So this is the last match on in this session. We're back at 7 local time.
7.
Now wants to get himself on the black as quickly as possible here. Liu Haoshan doesn't want to be travelling up for blue each time, just run the risk of leaving it short and therefore the break coming to a pretty abrupt end. The red closest to the right corner pocket will be his target ball here, presumably. That then gives him a clear path to the black. Then he's got the opportunity to get to work on the 3 reds directly above the black. The bottom red will pass to left corner. That then releases one to right corner and so on. This could slowly turn into a good chance to score a few. It's important for Mitchell. He's sat in his seat, yes. It's important for him to keep his thoughts positive. Try and stay alert in his seat. You're never sure what's around the corner in the deciding frame, and should the chance come, he needs to be ready.
20. $21.
So this red by the top cushion was always there for a bit of a fail-safe, should he not get the correct angle on the black to play for other reds elsewhere. This just gives him a chance to play a better positional shot on the black. Looking to just stun under that red above and to the left of the black next. It then frees another red next to it. So it is slowly turning into a good chance, this.
Liu Haoshan, 28.
Well, he felt obliged to play that with a little bit of pace. For some reason, decided to come left side of the black. Had the option maybe to play it a little slower, give the pocket more of a chance and go the right side. For whatever reason, he chose to play it the way he did. Meant he needed to be more accurate.
Wow.
Oh, dear me, and what a tie. This frame is turning into an absolute disaster for Mitchell Mann. He's caught the black on the way through.
Yeah, I mean, it was obviously tight, but I mean, you could tell from Liu Haitian's reaction that clearly he could get through to pot it, but wow, what a twist. And he was in bits in his seat there, wasn't he, himself? But he's straight back to the table.
Yeah, and that's what I mean about anything can happen in a decider. You just never know what's around the corner. May have just had to try and turn that red over with a trace of right-hand side there. Mitchell just got the faintest of edges on the black. And these are valuable points for Liu Haoshan. Well, that is a long way away from where he wanted to be. He's overrun that cue ball by, what, 2-3 foot? Really is a tough shot now from where he's landed. And it made all the difference. Just asked himself an unnecessary question there.
Liu Haoshan, 6.
Well, he looks to have gotten away with it.
But that's 2 chances he's had. 49 in front. He made the running, of course, in the last frame. He was 5-3 up, let's not forget. After that dramatic 8th frame. So Mitchell Mann still standing. And obviously the red in bulk complicating things now then. Does he think this is a plant? No, just the safety.
So it's not within Liu Haoshan's interest to bring the reds into play. The obvious shot is to play off the main cluster and try and screw the cue ball back side cushion behind the black. But in doing so, you need to be incredibly careful he doesn't leave a red on for Mitchell Mann, and the reds are out of his control at that sort of pace. At this stage, in a decider 49 points in front, you've just got to try and contain it. No reason for him to play anything aggressive. That's Mitchell's assignment. Well, has he left a red through the reds, potable to left middle? No, clearly not. Now, had he have got the cue ball tight underneath this top cushion there, Mitchell, it would have really restricted Liu Haoshan's shot choice here. He can manipulate the cue ball in such a way to get it back. But again, the reds are going to be moving. He's not managed to get the cue ball back. Now he needs luck. He needs help. Has he left a red? Surely a red is potable somewhere. If he can get through to the red to the middle pocket and he's not dead straight, this could be a real chance. Look at the reds now. Well, it's looking like red to green bag, back for black. And in it goes, a great pot from Mitchell Mann, so he does get the chance. Okay, 49 points behind when he came to the table, but absolutely nothing safe. What a safety mistake that was, and that was the exact reason he didn't want to play that shot. Has no control over the reds. Well, dear me. I mean, we're just going to look at this red again, but we're quickly going to see that Mitchell Mann has played possibly the worst positional shot of the day from his point of view, right at the wrong time.
Yeah, I mean, a lot's gone wrong for him in this frame. The in-off, hitting the black, trying to pot the red. Now, look where the reds are, to not land on one, or certainly one nicely. Incredible.
Maybe just a complete brain freeze on that previous black. He seemed to not really put the cue ball in any sort of area there. The obvious place was anywhere in the middle of the table, and the last place you want to be is south of the three reds by the pink spot, which is exactly where he landed. Well,
Mitchell Mann, 8.
To make 8 from where he did, he'll be bitterly disappointed.
Yeah, I mean, he's not lost yet, of course, but if he does, he'll certainly remember that last shot he played where just didn't land on a red. 41 in it then.
Well, he's seemed to have loaded the cue up with chalk there, Liu Haoshan, which is usually a sign that a player is about to take something on. Again, he doesn't have to play a pot here. He can try and find an area of the table to not leave anything for Mitchell Mann, but it feels like even that is quite a tough task to find a safe spot. it's one of them situations where you search desperately for an area to leave the cue ball, and if you mess it up, you'd have wished you'd have taken something on.
Yeah, I mean, he's got a good lead, but he's got no security at all, has he? Every ball pots, so that almost the scores feel irrelevant. But they're both bang under it, aren't they? The bottom line, it's 5 each to get to the Barbican.
Yeah, and you can guarantee there's approximately 1 million scenarios going through Liu Haoshan's mind at the moment, thinking of every worst case scenario possible. So tough to keep a clear mind out there. Again, the run of the ball makes such a difference. Had that red not come back down the table and landed just by the pink spot, Mitchell would have had sight at a red to the middle pocket, albeit not a shot you want to play at any stage of a game, never mind a decider. That would have been do or die. But he doesn't even have that shot available now, and he's actually faced with a bigger problem. How does he get this safe? Well, it was a great attempt from where he was.
Well, the problem is, of course, you've got to be full-blooded if you're going to take it on. You've got to get it, basically, where the reds are.
I just don't think he can bring himself to play a pot. It's almost... He's terrified to go for something, and you can understand why. He's absolutely desperate to get over the line now, the way this frame has gone. You know, if this wasn't a decider, he gets down and he pots that red by the pink spot into the right middle. But because of where we are in this match, he's absolutely frightened to take it on.
And yet, he kind of knows he has to, I think. Well, he hasn't. He's played safe. Well, good decision. And he's knocked a couple of reds on the cushion. So that does slightly change things, because they were all there a moment ago if man got in. Frankly, I'd have been disappointed if we hadn't got one of these deciders, because you just expect them at these qualifiers. It won't be the last. This decider has now been in progress for 27 minutes. And could not be more tense, could it?
Again, just desperately searching for one place on the table to leave the cue ball where Mitchell doesn't have any shots available to him, especially shots to try and get himself in. Oh, what a knuckle he's had there. He's not going to go in off, is he? Surely. My goodness me. What a result he's had there, because he caught the red way too thin. That cue ball could quite easily have tracked back down the table. There could have been a pot on for Mitchell. That red left of the blue spot was the obvious one that he was surely going to leave. The rub of the green strikes again.
Yeah, and it's given him a headache, Mitchell, man. 41 behind. All the reds kind of congregated in a position where Liu Hai-Chan wouldn't have to manoeuvre the cue ball too far to do enough to win frame and match. Not that it will be that straightforward, I suspect, but this is a key shot coming up to not leave him in. Well, it's not bad, I guess. He's not left in amongst them. And we've seen already Liu Hai-Chan not sort of keen to take too many risks as we approach the half-hour mark in this deciding frame.
Yeah, it's not bad at all. He won't mind the result. He was a couple of millimetres away from it being pretty bad there, Mitchell, man. He caught the safety shot a little too thick, but just avoided the little glance off the red left of the blue spot. Had he caught it, surely would have been frame and match. But as it happens, on we go. The good thing for Liu Hai-Chan is that if he can keep his discipline and if he can keep finding the spots to not leave Mitchell Man any shots available, the longer an exchange like this goes on, quite often you see the balls kind of just find their way to cushions or run awkwardly. You can see the frame slowly turning that way. Of course, that's much to his advantage. Well, he seems to be looking at this red closest to the left middle. Pretty acute angle. Oh, and hasn't he played it well? What a shot that is.
Well, he's looked cursed at times in this decider, but he's found one. Now, how's he feeling as he comes to the table? It's a chance. Worth seeing this again. Had to be accurate. He's on the black. Mitchell Man in the deciding frame. There is, of course, that one red
9.
on the cushion, and because of where the reds are, he's going to be taking kind of lower value colours, so it seems he will need that red. But the main thing is he's back at the table with a scoring opportunity. Lu Haitian, he was in control of the last frame, wasn't he, and lost it. Is lightning going to strike twice for him? He looked very reluctant to risk anything. Had a couple of half chances in this decider, was trying to close the shop as much as possible.
It's so important to just keep it simple now. Try not to overcomplicate things. He's got 5 reds in open play that will see him at least back in this frame, if not take the lead, but surely all going to come down to that final red, which Lu Haoshan is delighted to see on the side cushion at the minute. Now, a clear-thinking Mitchell Mann here will be looking at ways in which he can maybe bring that red into play, probably from a bought colour, while he's still got the 2 reds right of it available to the right middle pocket. The obvious way to do that would be from the yellow. Of course, there's many ways he could go about this break, but ultimately he's going to need that final red. Oh, and look at the adrenaline in that one. He's overrun that again by 3 feet
21.
minimum. Might have to play the plant. 1 red onto the other. What a time to have to play that.
I know, just what you need after 4.5 hours of battle. 34 minutes in the decider. Reds quite a distance apart, needs to be so accurate here. Oh dear.
Mitchell Mann, 21.
Well, it was just pure desperation, wasn't it? That's all you can put that shot down to. He couldn't believe that he didn't land on the red. He was desperate to keep that break going. Was it the right shot? Probably not. It was so tough because of the distance between the reds. At this stage of a game, so tough to find an alternative.
Well, he's had a look at whether this red tickles in the middle. Not convinced there's the red to right corner as well available. It feels that they're sort of both destined not to win the decider, but obviously one of them has to. That's how it works. Yeah, good pot. So back in the blue, put him 36 in front. So he can win this frame without needing the 2 reds on the cushions.
Yeah, this feels like the match-winning shot for me. If he can get nicely on that red beneath the yellow, it's surely a formality. He struck that really well. That's a good shot from Lu Haoshan.
Yeah, apologies, I did the maths wrong. He's actually 26 in front.
6.
So, in fact, he will need one of those reds.
He's had a good look at that one closest to the middle pocket. On screen, it doesn't look potable, but at times it can be quite deceiving. He's doing the maths himself now. If he doesn't fancy that red potting, he could play on a bought colour here to just chip one out. He's perfect to do that on the yellow. If he doesn't feel like it pots, he's got to play the cannon now. He might not get a better chance. It's such a delicate one, though. He really just needs to push it a ball south of where it is now. Does it go? We'll soon find out. Well, he feels that he can just drop this in the middle, and it's all sights on the pot. Just tickle the red in, be guaranteed on the blue. drop the blue in for the final red.
Yeah, of course, we're seeing the table from a particular angle, so like you say, it might be... Well, I mean, he's right behind it, so he will know, and he's going to attempt to just dribble this in. And in it goes, so blue and the red by the pink, and Mitchell Mann will need a snooker. What a battle it's been. It was 5-3, remember, to Lu Haitian. Kind of threw the last frame away, you've got to say. And this has been an epic 38 minutes so far. Well, that blue only just went in as well. So how does he feel on this red? It's effectively match ball. Just needs to take a few deep breaths.
15.
Yeah, he didn't build that up too much, did he? He just potted it, and the black for the extra points. Well, whatever you do, make sure of the 7 points. It'll put him 43 in front, 35 on.
$23. Lu Haitian, 23.
Well, not quite done yet, but he's got a little bit of breathing space.
Chance at the red now for Lu Haitian to put this match to bed. It's been a hard-fought deciding frame. It was looking pretty plain sailing to begin with. Got nicely in front. Mitchell Mann will be gutted. He's had a couple of good chances. And in goes the red.
Well, what a match it was. One of those quintessential deciders you see in these final qualifying rounds. 40 minutes, but Lu Haitian delighted to knock that red in, so he becomes our fourth qualifier, and indeed our first this year from China, to join 5 Chinese players already through. Disappointment for Mitchell Mann. He battled and battled away, but it was just one of those deciding frames. We will hear shortly from Lu Haitian, but while we get him into our studio, into position, we're just going to remind you how the UK Championship was won last year. It was, of course, the world #1 Judd Trump who, for the second time, triumphed.
In it goes. Yes, he'll be very relieved, Judd. There were times this evening where he looked as though he was losing it, and Barry Hawkins was getting on top of him. Barry Hawkins will be very disappointed he's still to win a Triple Crown event, but boy, did he put up a great show. Beating the likes of Ronnie O'Sullivan, the defending champion.
15.
He'll win one, I'm sure. And Judd Trump, you may ask the question, how is it that it's taken him so long? Since 2011, when he first won the UK title, now 13 years later, he wins it for the second time. Great match, absolutely wonderful week of snooker, topped up by Judd Trump. And Judd Trump, you are the Victorian Plumbing.
Yeah, Judd Trump, of course, will be defending the title. He'll find out tomorrow who he's going to play. And, well, Stephen, it's been quite a session, hasn't it? Dave Gilbert, Stephen Maguire, Michael Holt, Lu Haitian, and some good snooker play, but also the nerves you associate with this round.
Yeah, and you want to see it, don't you, from a neutral perspective? You want to see the nerves, you want to see the twitches, but 4 great players into the hat, and, of course, we've got 4 more brilliant matches to come this evening. So much drama here at Judgment Day.
Yeah, it really has been. Of course, we will do it all again at 7. We're just about to hear from Lu Haitian, but we've got the likes of Stuart Bingham, Zhou Yulong, Elliot Slesser, Joe O'Connor to play tonight. And then, of course, we do it all again tomorrow. We'll have another 8 matches. And the draw, as I say, will be tomorrow, live during our coverage at 3 o'clock. I'm sure Liu Haitian had just taken his time just to get over that, because it was a frame that he seemed to be in control of. He has won it, and we can now hear from him.
Well, what an epic way to finish the 4 brilliant matches this afternoon. Liu is through to tomorrow afternoon's draw, despite that spirited comeback from Mitchell Mann. Now we've got Joe willing to help us with the translation with Liu. Joe, I wonder if you can start asking Liu, was he beginning to feel nervous at the start of the decider, because there was a little slice of luck that went Mitchell Mann's way, and once you get into a decider, you never know.
首先，第一个问题是在决胜盘的时候，开局的时候，你的心情是什么样的？尤其是对手可能有一些不走运的时候，当时是你怎么调整自己的一个状态，让自己进入比赛当中呢？
其实就是决胜局，之前去了个洗手间，其实就还好了，心情就是前面可能，有一些简单的失误可以赢的，像5-4那一盘，可能手有一点紧吧，但是其实打到决胜局就还好，可能就是打到后面有一点手紧，但是开局的时候，其实心里还没有什么变化。
So he said, I went to a toilet break before the deciding set. I feel fine, actually. I made a few easy mistakes, especially in the previous frame. I had chances, but after the toilet break, I regrouped and found myself in a very calm position. So I was able to take my chances.
And you must be really delighted at the way you've come through not 1, but 2 6-5 thrillers, because that was an incredible comeback in the previous round as well.
这是你的连续第2场6-5胜利，尤其是上一轮打这个斯蒂文斯也是非常精彩的一场胜利。你怎么看自己的表现？
其实这2场自己的发挥都一般吧，就是都是有一些简单失误，可能上去也找不到什么手感。慢慢打吧，打到失误越多的时候越不能急。如果比赛途中急的话，就自己调整一下。
可以再稍微重复一下
吗？就是其实一上去这2场打的都不是太好，简单失误都比较多。不能急吧，打不好的时候。其实我很多场比赛打的都不是太好，自己其实能做的就是，不要太急躁，有机会就上去打，没机会就慢慢的等机会。如果比赛的时候有点着急，就自己去调整一下。
好，谢谢。The last 2 matches, I feel like I didn't play that well. I made a few easy mistakes, but I told myself in the match, just don't go for it. Just stay for my chances. Obviously, I was able to do that, so I'm very happy I pulled it off.
There are 5 Chinese players in the top 16. Are there any of them that you would particularly like to avoid? Any really good friends in the top 16 who you would rather not face when we do the draw tomorrow afternoon at 3 o'clock?
在前16已经确定打这个约克正赛的名单里有5个中国选手吗？你希望在抽签的时候遇到谁？其中有你的好朋友吗？或者说比较不希望碰到谁？
没想过，没有很想对的，也没有，没想过这个问题。就抽到谁是谁呗。
I haven't thought about this question really. I don't have a preference to play against or to meet. It's just I don't mind to play whoever.
Well, many congratulations. We will see you at the Barbican, maybe Saturday, Sunday, Monday. You'll get a great reception from the crowd. Well done.
Thank you.
So, great stuff there. So Liu is our 4th player through from Judgment Day Part 1. So, just a quick confirmation. Some fantastic victories. Dave Gilbert, 6-4 over Dan Wells. Remember, Dan Wells had 2 centuries and 3 half-centuries. Stephen Maguire, a 6-1 winner over Ian Burns. Maguire through to the last 32 of the UK champs for a 22nd year. 12 times he's made the quarters or better. Michael Holt, 6-3 against Hwan Si-yun. Holty made the quarterfinals for the first time in 25 years last year, and he came back from 3-1 and 5-3 down in the first of the qualification rounds against Rhian Evans. And we've just seen Lu Heo Chan scrape over the line against a very spirited Mitchell Mann. What about that tonight? Stuart Bingham, a multiple UK semi-finalist, a world champion in 15, a Masters champion in 20. He's up against Scott Donaldson, and this is the first match he's played against a non-Scot. He's had 2 homegrown victories, but he's up against Stuart Bingham. Zhou Yulong and Jamie Clark. Jamie Clark currently playing as an amateur, but he is a really, really classy player, and he's registered some excellent wins at the Barbican in previous years, so he's 1 win away from getting back there. Elliot Slesser came through an absolutely monumental match against Reves. He's up against Zach Surety, who made his Crucible debut in April, who had 4 centuries in that match against Ding. And we've got the all-Leicester clash, Joe O'Connor against Ben Wollaston, the flame-haired assassin. So that's to come at 7 o'clock. More great commentary from Hendon Steven Hallworth and from Ken Doherty. Ken, the old guard rose to the fore this afternoon, but you know what? Try as we might, we couldn't get Dave Gilbert and we couldn't get Stephen Maguire to admit that they'd played quite well and that they can produce their best on their day at the Barbican. But those two in particular, none of the top seeds will want, especially Maguire.
Yeah, absolutely. Maybe it wasn't his best performance, Stephen Maguire, but he did what he had to do, and he's in the draw. You know, and sometimes you can't always play your best, but you can still scrap out a win, and that's the most important. Getting that W, get into the draw, wait for the next day, and the next day or tomorrow can always be different. You know, not every day is the same in snooker, and that's what you just got to keep yourself in there. And the same with Dave Gilbert. I thought the match with Dave Gilbert and Daniel Wells was like some quality breaks in there, and I thought there was some good stuff there from Dave Gilbert. So once again, for him, this exactly the same. You know, he's in the draw. He's got a couple of matches. He's got some ranking points in the bag. He's got some prize money in the bag, and now he can play a top 16 and look forward to York. And maybe that will inspire him and get the juices going again. And hopefully it will bring out some of his best snooker, because it's definitely in there for both players, no doubt about that.
It is, and they've earned the right to walk down the stairs at the Barbican, as you've done many, many times in your career. There will be great receptions for all of them. Who they're playing, well, that will be determined by the draw, the random draw at 3 o'clock tomorrow afternoon. KD and I will be back at 7 o'clock with the second half of Judgment Day Part 1. So far, so good. The old guard are proving they've still got a little touch of magic in the end of those cues. Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to the Robin Park Leisure Centre in Lancashire.